Alright, good morning folks, good morning MP. You like that MP? The Funicula Ginga theme. I figure since I was playing in the Kingdom of Naples and now the Kingdom of Two Sicilies, it fits. The sad thing is, I can make it fit for the intro to Genga Nagaraboshi Gin, but I can't make it fit for the ending song. I just can't make it smoothly transition in or out in between tomorrow. So, tomorrow has to go unsullied. Oh, also forgot. But how you doing, MP? Over on this side, the learning of Europa Universalis 5, now that it's almost a week old, is going at a steady pace. I've just figured out that fishing villages are kind of super important to keep my people fed, to get a little bit of economic activity out of my peasants, and more importantly, are a cheap way to produce one whole sailor per location. Ah! Okay, that's it, that's a flashbang. You had a date with the doctor earlier today. Ooh, MP. Sounds pretty hot. Nasa's not gonna be too jealous, is she? Wanted to study how you do your shopping. Interesting. If a doctor tried to follow me around to see how I shop for my groceries, I don't know how depressed they'd be, because it'd be a bunch of spinach, mushrooms, tomatoes, and then extras every single week, because cheap way to get nutrients in this economy. That's pretty cool. So is this like a study for your benefit, to like observe your patterns, and then here's what they learn about you, here's what could help? Or is this more of a, they study you, and this is going into some further study they're doing for some paper elsewhere on how quickly you did your shopping? Well, that's because you're a pro gamer, MP. You don't get at the top of the MSX leaderboards on retro achievements by not shopping quickly. You know what you want, you're going out there, you're getting it. There's now a schism in the Western Church. The Pope is kind of fallen behind in a big way. Everybody loves Paris a whole lot more than they love Rome. You want the girl from Gunma Kai physically. Well, that's coming in the mail, right? You ordered the game stuff and now the game stuff is going to be coming in? Guelphs and Ghibellines. Us Guelphs were progressing in advance of the Holy Roman Empire pretty well, and they flipped. They flipped because they're getting 0.2 progress a month. Because Bohemia... Look at that highlight. Bohemia keeps on grabbing extraterritorial land all over the place. And going by the subreddit for EU5, everybody has the exact same problem. Apparently, if you're the Holy Roman Emperor, you're allowed to take unjust land or whatever from other people, and instead of that unjust land acquisition returning to the people it was taken from, or producing a new country for that land to return to, it just all goes straight to the Emperor. And so when it's Bohemia, Bohemia ends up with just land everywhere. Which means they're over in northern Italy too. I'm spreading myself super thin with my diplomats, which are very expensive too. I keep having to maximize my diplomatic spending, because every single time I tried to go after some minor party around here that had allies that were Ghibellines within the HRE that were too dangerous to take on their own, the plan was target one of their small allies outside the HRE. Their HRE allies will join in the war without Bohemia joining in. I'll take the initial guy, than their allies, but every single time that happens, Bologna takes over my target, Mantua takes over my target. So I'm spreading out more spy networks than I could really cheaply maintain, because chances are, by the time I get enough spies in Urbino and over here in Camerino, somebody else is going to take them over. My luck has been completely garbage there. Had a spy network going at the Byzantines, but then they had a civil war. Spy network still going. They lost the civil war. Byzantine Empire's back. Spy network gone. So that's time, diplomats, and money wasted. Ah. But the big prize for me right now is Genoa. They're Ghibellines. They're inside the HRE. They're not allied to the HRE. But because they are HRE, if I go to war with them, Bohemia is currently obligated to join in. And unlike the previous time we tried to war Genoa, they got themselves... I wish if I pinned the little bar here that it stayed up every single time I reload the game or re-enter the game. I like having the buttons here, it's fine. I got all the screen real estate, let me use it. They've got more forts. It used to be they had a fort in Genova and a fort in Sardinia. Now they have a fort in Genova, a fort in Genova, a fort in Genova, a fort in Corsica, fort in Sardinia, and then now elsewhere I don't care about. So I can't blitz these guys anymore. Blitzing them is not a possibility. So Bohemia is going to come down the mountains. We're perfectly balanced against Bohemia, which means that if we try to fight them, we're going to lose. Because we're going to be fighting Genoa, we're going to be losing some troops, sieging up over here, and then they'll just pour on in and just push my exhausted armies away. It's been so long since you placed your order. Sometimes things just take a while, MP. Sometimes things get lost in the mail, but sometimes they just get delayed. I've seen more than one case about an order, especially an overseas one, that really overextends its initial shipping estimate, and then one day out of the blue just arrives. At the very least, you can count yourself lucky that because your country is not falling apart, we could assume that it's not just the mail system failing you. Workers, drivers, pilots unable to get around. Could you imagine trying to order something international to the US in this day and age, when there's so much uncertainty about both tariffs and the very ability to ship to the US? Various artists that I follow on Blue Sky, to this day, they're having issues with, we don't know what's going on with America. For the time being, we're not going to ship to the US. I'm so sorry. It's either too expensive for me right now, or with all the uncertainty, they have no idea how to even do it anymore. And then we have so few air traffic controllers that we're just losing flights left and right. They're all getting canceled. This is so great for commerce. Somebody else wanted the game, you don't blame them? I wouldn't either. The game's fantastic. I count myself super lucky to have found the girl from Gun Makai just by chance browsing the Steam Discovery queue. A whole lot of the Steam Discovery queue is absolute garbage. Like, I'm not kidding. What am I up to now in the Steam Discovery queue? I'm looking at, hey, Squad 51 on the front page of Steam? Squad 51 versus the Flying Saucers. You wouldn't have interest in a black and white shmup, would you, MP? 20,653 games viewed in the Steam Discovery queue. $333 on the wish list, 95 ignored. 20,653 games viewed. 20 of which were probably DLCs because you cannot disable DLCs on the Steam Discovery queue. 20,000 games. At least 20,000 of which were garbage. Huh. Oh, they're up to Amanda the Adventurer 3 now. My little puppy looks cute. Junk. Interesting, but I'm not sure what the distribution is, but there's so much that is just garbage. There's so much that is just porn. And then there's so much that are actual games, but either they do not interest me, which is nobody's fault but my own, or they're actual games, but not very competently made. You know, people gotta make their mediocre stuff before they get the skills to make the really good stuff. Space Harrier clone with Queen-like music. You had me at Queen-like music. There's two things we could do here now. We could try to face Genoa right now. We do have Casus Belli to force them into faction. All we have to do is take their capital. I don't have the means to completely absorb Genoa into my country. But if I can make them a vassal, then they'll pay tribute to me. And if I could force them to change faction, then we should get more Guelph progress over the Ghibellines. Skill trees and character customization? Dress up my heroine? Let me look this up. What's this? Air Twister. I don't think I've seen this one. Huh. I can kind of see the Space Harrier influence in this. A modern 3D Space Harrier? Cool. By Outrun Dev. Yu Suzuki, that's also really cool. So there's some pedigree to it. We have a lot more Guelphs than there are Ghibellines. But they have more tax base. The faction progress is all down to tax base. Also made Shenmue, didn't realize that. You know, I wonder, once Bohemia dies off, he's only like, what, 42 years old? Then somebody else is going to be the Holy Roman Emperor, and then Bohemia is no longer going to count in the calculation towards Ghibellines, I'm sure. Consort, and this is your heir? In the Kingdom of Bohemia? Well, that's the heir for Bohemia, but that's not exactly the heir for the HRE. Doesn't say who the heir is going to be because they have to vote on it. Shenmue, or Shenmue as I've seen people call it now more often these days, is a pretty interesting game. I remember growing up, and it was kind of seen as like some pinnacle of gaming. You know, because like life sims weren't exactly a thing yet, so like here's this grand adventure with some funny voice acting. And now it's like, it's the funny forklift game primarily. The gaming zeitgeist has moved on. Especially with, what was it, 3 that came out and didn't exactly make any splashes. I recall growing up, people were like, oh man, we didn't get to finish the story. When's the next Shenmue game gonna come out so I can finish the story? And then Shenmue 3 comes out, and we get more story. And as folks just like, it's fun, it's fine, whatever. Free game on Steam, what have we got here? 12 is better than 6. The style... Now, I don't mean this as an insult, but it kind of reminds me of certain Newgrounds games that I thought were very fun. Black and white stylized Hotline Miami style shooter. Cool. Hotline Miami also kind of reminds me of some Newgrounds games that I enjoyed. Which is funny. This isn't related to anything, but it's pretty funny how, like way back in the OOs, and I was prowling online for games, and of course Newgrounds was it. I'd get exposed to certain games, to certain developers. And back then, there were just kids or young adults making stuff with Flash on their own. And then now, that is 2024, 2025, I'm looking at Steam. I see the exact same names, and sometimes the exact same series, all grown up, become a little bit more professional. Don't talk about Newgrounds, you have to play that Elephant Collection game on Steam. I devoured those elephants back on Newgrounds. I do want to someday play some Newgrounds games on stream, because they had some really solid stuff. Dubrovnik Market and I fighting for my boot. So, do I go for Genoa now? Accept the fact that Bohemia is going to go on the attack. They will join the war, they have more reasons to than not to. Or do I wait? We're only slightly stronger than them on land comparison right now. The ideal thing to do would be to wait until Bohemia gets involved in another war, because that'll give a massive penalty towards them joining the war. And if I spend 5 spies to lower the relationship between Genoa and Bohemia, then they definitely won't join their war if they're already at war. He's got an ally with France and an ally with Trier. France is currently not at war with anybody. What if I just try it? We have 500 monies, but I can't buy mercenaries right now, because mercenaries simply do not exist for me. I have the money. Is not adjacent to one of my controlled locations. The army belongs to the VAR, they're already being hired. Is not adjacent to one of our locations. From Aligre. They're all the... I mean, what's the point of having the mercenaries if they're always too far away for me to hire? What if I just put out a call saying, hey, I'd like to hire you guys, come on over? It seems I cannot hire folks unless they're already in my country, and they have no reason to be in my country if we haven't hired them. Choose a mercenary leader to gather an army for me. Specify the desired composition and where you want the army to go. So... let me see if I had this right then. So, if there is an existing mercenary company, then they're either on their own or some other country has financed them. Maybe this is more like if they're with us, and by with us I mean against us, fighting us. We could bribe them away. Otherwise, I just hire a guy. And I hire the guy to make an army for me, and that's the mercenary I hire? Is that how it works? infantry, cavalry type. More expensive guy for only one archer, one footman. 117. Ooh, would you look at that? Archers, footmen, camp followers, horsemen, armored horsemen. $117 for 32 infantry, 104 cavalry, 165 for 48 infantry, 20 cavalry. Qaid Abdul Jalil Alakai. He's got pretty garbage stats. 56 infantry, 12 cavalry. Capitano Azino Ozanio Ariosti, 71, 36, 90. More discipline, combat speed. Capitano Fosco Tucemi. He's got 88 diplomacy and 70 martial. 7 discipline still good, but it'll get better initiative and less food consumption. 36 infantry, 28 cavalry. Might not be 36 at 102 and 104. But he's got command ability to go with it. So maybe... Oh, damn! Damn, look at this guy down here, Capitan Calisto Bori. 92, 170. How do I get this guy to just live in my country? Let's go with Fosco for now. He's got decent commander stats, so if he's leading his armies, he's not going to get completely butchered. 89 is pretty cheap. Is this the max I'm allowed to hire from him? And the total cost below. Contract length in months. So 2 years by default to 10 years maximum. He can only administer up to 5 sub-units. So regardless of how much maximum he could provide, he can only do 5 total. Is that worth it for me then? To pay 339 monies for 2 footmen, 3 archers, and that it? Unit type comes with 100, so that'd be 200 footmen, 300 archers. I'd be paying 339 for 500 extra dudes. I don't know. Armored comes with 50. They're worse than mountains, wetlands. These guys have no terrain advantages or disadvantages. I think I'll hold off then. Now, do I want to go for Genoa now and try it and see if my allies in Hungary will be enough to hold off Bohemia? They got 16,000 troops against 9,000 here. The better play would be if Hungary marched his soldiers down and joined me in occupation, and then we could face Bohemia's armies together. But it's gonna be Bohemia plus all their little goons, too. We do have the save, and this is a learning experience, right? But it's not much of a learning experience if it's let me see if I could fight these guys And if I can't, then oh well, because we know how combat works, we know how war works. I think I'll wait. How's my... Inflation's at 4.8. So we're gonna wait until we buy stuff. Can't believe I spent $300 on my artist to make art, and then he straight up vanishes. The guy took my money and then died, and I get no rebate back from it. I'm gonna have to start putting contracts out that say that if I commission an artist and they die on me, then the state reclaims the money we put in. What do my folks want? Fruit, furs, pearls, game. Missing masons, missing populations. We could embrace professional armies. Or banking. Where's Renaissance? I want to embrace the Renaissance. Renaissance actually has advances that I care about. I could have gotten +1 government reform, +1 cabinet seat. Free crown power, free crown power. I feel so bad that I got stuck with this gimped little thing all the way out this way. Clearly what one should do... Let me see. Renaissance, banking, professional armies, and then scholarly treaties all the way out over here. We had a choice, I think, between administrative, military, or diplomatic focus. The stuff here was kinda weak. It was only really the levy stuff I cared about, and that was buried all the way down in. Clearly, before this bar gets all the way to the end. Who's got Renaissance? Spawned in Parma, banking in Genova, professional armies in Dijon. Dijon is so much further away from me. How come I am absorbing Dijon stuff, but not Parma stuff? Parma's right there. They're right next to Genoa. Do they hate me? They're quite fond of me. Maybe I should take over Parma. They've got a fort on them, so I would have to rush on in, siege the fort, and then take everything else. They have an alliance with Brescia and Como. Now hold on, where's my can call to arms of province? Because we can call province into our wars now. As per our Sicilian Union. We have possible mutual offense. Province is saying no, because they're already at war. They like the target. They don't have as many levies available because they are at war. Border distance minus 25 is a lie. They border Genoa here, here, and here. They have more border with Genoa than I've got. A guarantee to my subjects. They're trying to play all hot when they are so minor compared to us. They're lucky that our spies vanished. Once I finish things up in Italy, I'm going to turn my attention towards them and start feeding more of their territories here towards my vassals. Scriptoriums are almost built. Interest control can get up to 48 and 56 in some places. So keep him here for the time being. Building missing input. They want books again. Well, they're in luck because they're getting a scriptorium in 7 days and in 1 month after. Guelph's weekend, Arezzo has ceased to exist. They're now the Arentine nobles. Could we... They like me. Could I ask them to join our faction? Invite to Guelphs. They're not in civil war. Well, they're not in civil war. They're just right over there. Noble civil war against Arezzo. Arezzo's still there. Are they? It's not actually showing me them. I click on Arezzo, it just shows me the nobles. So, is that a civil war that they've automatically lost because their entire country turned into the civil war faction? That means they're kind of at war with nobody right now, then. They're at war with someone who does not exist. Ruler of the Republic of Arezzo. And the Republic of Arezzo isn't. Monastic intellectuals in our state, intellectuals do not stay cooped up in their homes or waste their time on strange theoretical concepts at secular institutions. Rather, they attend monasteries and use their gifted minds for the good of all that is holy. In practice, this means that we are blessed with practical knowledge from our religious institutions, for the good of the people, the state, and our faith. Research progress. May God uncover the fifth postulate. To question nature, to question the divine, cease. Research considered unholy. We gain prosperity and control and proximity cost, but lose research. Nah. Gain that research progress. We've now got blockade efficiency. No wars for Bohemia yet? Come on, you know you want to. You know you want to. You want to go against somebody. AN still AN. AN has officially swapped. They still love me. Instead of the Holy Roman Empire. but they won't accept an invitation to the Guelphs. It won't say why. At least one more positive than negative. Reason to accept is 0.00. I've got 2 diplomats. We could offer alliance with someone who is insignificant. Either way, I simply have to get them to... I mean, they've only got a tax rate of 1.06. A historical high of 4. Either way, it would take 2 diplomats. One to give them the opinion boost, and the other to invite them in. We could offer them stuff, and that'll take 1 diplomat. I think they're so small enough, I'll just let everyone else handle it. Maybe Siena will take them over, and Siena is a Guelph. Maybe Florence will. Florence is currently Guelph. Perugia, Guelph. We tend to be Guelph down here in the middle. Arezzo has joined the Guelphs. You see? I didn't even have to invite them. What if I should start raising some landed armies of my own? Inflation increases the cost by 4.6. And the amount of tools that I have lowers the cost. The thing is, I would probably require a lot of these regiments. If we had a sergeant tree, we could raise local crown power, monthly manpower, could recruit regiments. Currently, I'm quite happy to rely on levies. So much more of Finland's becoming Sweden. They are quite happy to expand their colonial ambitions there. But looks like it's either become Swedish or become Novgorodians. Estonia is getting devoured. Is that the Livonian Order doing a northern crusade against them? Nah, the Novgorodians taking over Estonia. They're not gonna go to war if I keep clicking at them. "56 sailors, I can almost build another boat." Still missing books. Both of my scriptoriums have been built. We have enough paper to make more scriptoriums, or to make more books from scriptoriums. Should I build more then? Because if I go by maximum profit per level, scriptorium is currently one of my higher value stuff. We have 11 already, and they keep being good business. I could build in my vassals' lands, but I won't. Cost of 35. Sells for 4.44 in Cantazaro. Now, is it wise to put a whole bunch of scriptoriums around? Because we played Pentiment. We know that at some point there's going to be an intellectual, technological revolution and the slow-paced scriptoriums with a whole bunch of monks and journeyman artists handcrafting pages of illuminated manuscripts is going to go to the wayside as the printing press becomes more accessible and cheaper. So should I be devoting so much towards scriptoriums? Need 50 clerics, they have 200 available. A lot of clerics not working there. This little bit down here is still part of the Dubrovnik market. They're trying to take my resources away. Is it at 556 monies? Okay, that'll do for now. So wouldn't this be a romantic idea? We have this one fort in the mountains. It's mostly a defensive fort to keep people from coming through, except they could totally just come down through Ascoli instead. A scriptorium up in the mountains. How sweet. And that'll be about a year for those. No wars yet, Bohemia. I might just go for it. The province is still in their war with the Aragonese-Navarre thing going on. A stagnant 4.59. They're not making a whole bunch of progress. Am I... Oh. The province and the Pope must be on opposite sides, because it looks like the Pope is sitting on an occupation on Toulon. Senato's possible. We've gone 2 phases of Senato without going to war with Genoa. Alright, Senato. What do I want to ask the Senato for today? We could try to raise taxes, we could try to raise levy... We could try to raise levies with the Senato. If we ask them to raise levies, that could give us the edge over Bohemia. If only there was a way to ask the Senato to remove a privilege. Maybe at a higher cost? We could ask for larger levies for 3 years. Parliament approved levies. Is 25% increase? What laws would I want to change right now? I love when it says no laws available, so I can't even check on my current laws. But hosting the Senato in my capital does increase my centralization a bit, and I am trying to get more towards centralized. The benefits of decentralization is primarily that estates are happier, subjects are happier, but those are both easy to manage. You get war exhaustion easier with decentralization. It's easier to spy on you with decentralization. Centralization would give me 1. More crown power, already super important. Maximum war exhaustion is a bonus. Proximity cost is really nice. Counter-espionage Byzantines, we know they're spying on us. Monthly prosperity is 0.10 with free subjects. Won't be able to tax the peasants as much. Peasants won't consume as much. Pops promote faster. We have better raw material output, supply limits. With serfdom, I feel like the benefits of free subjects outweighs the raw material output. What was it gonna do? Senato, that's right. Whatever reason, I can't. There's my. See, it said no laws available. Then I tabbed out, tabbed back in. There's my laws. So if I call the Senato, what law would I want to change? We got distribution of power to favor the ruler. Most of these I seem to like. Noble controlled mining operation. Gives progress towards aristocracy, traditional economy. Commoner controlled, gives us free subject points. So it's basically, which of my estates do I want to make happier? Oh, would you look at that? We got more power over the nobility now. 38 for the crown, 35 for the nobility. Central Council gives us our centralization boost. Feudal de jure laws. Peasant estates happier or integration faster. Don't gotta worry about that yet. Civil law. Centralization or decentralization. No brainer, we're keeping civil law. Royal court customs. Aristocracy. More expensive courts. Happier nobles. Decentralization, no. Innovative, more expensive courts. It's the same +1, so the court won't be as expensive. More cultural influence, more skills of artists. We could be a court of culture. We haven't taken advantage of the skills of artists yet, because at one time I spent hundreds of bucks to commission art. The guy just dies. Thanks. So maybe for court of culture, but that's not exactly a priority right now. Noble levies. 10% more sailors. 10% more naval supplies. I feel like I don't need to change laws right now. So maybe if I don't have any demands of my own, it's enough to hold the Senato and hold the Senato in my capital so we get more centralization bonus. And then just pick the thing that I know will pass, or maybe the thing that has better benefits. Hold it in Naples, of course, in my own capital. Sponsor the noble arts. Would make the nobles happier. Change values towards aristocracy, which are already at. Promote castle works. Fort building cost, cheaper. And if it passes, fortification works for 10 years, makes fort maintenance cheaper. It's at 35 for the both of them, because it's going off the initial power of the estate that's sponsoring the thing. Bolster the government. Monthly legitimacy up. And crown power. Revoke privilege cost cheaper. And crown power. 20% for 10 years. But it starts at 0. Because I gotta work for my own interests. Conduct a census, population growth, and if it passes, 7 stability. If the debate passes, Damian Bruno promotes, but he's only got 31, 36, 41. Naval infrastructure. Gain development all over the place. Shipbuilding speed, and if the debate passes, 0.25 all over. Market regulations, trade efficiency up. Extra benefit from merchants for 10 years, trade advantage. Promote members of clergy. A skilled member of the clergy will appear. Sponsor cathedral. Costs $84. Let's promote the noble arts. I can try to bolster the government, which would be great. Crown power, revoke privilege cost. Revoke privilege cost is funny because it's 10%, right? So if the cost to remove a privilege from the nobles is currently, let's say I want to remove their castle rights, 90.98? What's 9% of 90? It's going to change it from like 90 to 89 or something. Times 0.09. Was that it, or was it divide by? Hold on. I keep forgetting the exact thing. Not... Or was it 0. No, it works both ways. I'm doing it dumb. Hold on. What's the cost? Cost is 90.98. So... Senato in the capital. 10% was it? Yeah, 10% cheaper. Times 0.1. So 9.098 is 10% of 90. Minus 9 point... So yeah, it'd be around 81. So I'd be at negative 50 stability. We could try to go for the crown authority. It's 10 whole years of crown power. That's pretty good. That's 10 years. Revoke privileges is cheaper with the state power of the crown too. The estate satisfaction equilibrium goes up with the state power of the crown higher. Power projection, efficiency of cabinet, trade income, cost of court goes down, building upkeep cost goes down. So having more crown power is excellent. So maybe I will try to get 10 years of bolstering the government. A whole decade. We've only played for like 3 decades so far. About 28 years. I would have to curry some favors. I want to put a save down. But there's always an element of risk to this, because you don't know what favors they're going to ask for. Promote castle works. Or sponsor a noble artist would be the safe thing. But what if you work for it? What if you work for a whole decade of 20% extra crown power? People like us enough that we have 19.16% support of the Senato. Change of policy. Shift away from the administrative system that I put in myself to feudal, and lose stability, no. Support spiritualist ideas is super easy to do. Demand for a new monastery will just cost money. $17. 36.89. You see how the nobles were demanding something super dangerous to me. Apostolic tax to the clergy. I don't know what it does exactly though. It just says, well, power for one, power and privilege, or power and happiness. Grant privileges, apostolic tax to the clergy. It's 10 extra power for the clergy. They're currently at 13, they'd be at 23. Okay. The nobility is really unhappy right now. Contain banking. Lose progress towards banking. Levy obligation. It's at 47.47. Chances are we might get an event that gives us an extra 5%. We might get an event that drains. So the burghers are under 50, but they get 1.2 a month. The nobles are at 39, but they get 1.2 also to build up towards 56. Let's see how this does then. Messes things up a bit with the people's happiness towards me. The estates are not very happy. But it's at the border. I just need a little bit more to get there. Maybe it could drop their tax a little. And I'm already at 3 diplomats, so let me go ahead and drop my diplomatic spending. You see how expensive it is? There, 0.01 instead of making a whole lot more cash. Cost of court. We're getting a whole 1 per month now, so a lot is cheap. We could basically not fund the court at all, but as long as this is ongoing, we get the extra 0.41. 0 cost of court! And they already think I'm hot shit. Got the Met Gala going on for free. So there's no harm at all if I drop noble tax a bit more to get them happier. 1.2 is as high as I'll get. And it's still 1.2 even if I max out their tax. Burgers. Can I try to get you guys to 50 faster? No, 1.2 is 1.2. If they're under, they're gonna try to rush up regardless. So I might as well tax them up. See, now I don't feel so bad for this, because I have 180 days. That's 3 months to get these guys pushed up a little bit further. Maybe they're pushed up a little bit further. We'll get a little bit more boost out of them at the Senato. Lessen levy obligations. 5 years of burgher levy size down. Maybe the smart play would be to declare war, raise my levies, and then promise them 5 years of lessened levy obligations. Excuse me. Are my tea burps going? Speaking of burps, I finally used some of my bone and butt broth last night to make some bone and butt soup. And it is so good. I made some good broth out of that bone. So good I could still feel the burn on my lips because I did not want to wait for it to cool down. Dropping some commoner satisfaction. Alright, commoners. You dropped equilibrium by a decimal. Let's give you a little bit more tax relief. Man, I must be a Republican the way that I am making most of my tax money off the people who have the least money, and those with the most cash and those with the most cash and power are paying less obligation. One of these days, we're gonna get a 90% tax on the wealthy. Spy Network 17, Spy Network 15. And now we know that spies decay. Spies actually decay if you don't use them. So the moment I cancel one of these, I'm going to want to immediately begin building Casus Belli. Three months to go? No. 4 months? The Senato members of Mistretta have finally realized how beneficial the currently debated proposal would be to them if it passed. The support to our cosmos welcome plus 5% and 5 prestige, and there it is. That's the support I need to pass it. All I need to do now is wait and hope no negative events pop up. Flourishing trade of Italy. With the efforts of the Rome in Italy, with the efforts of the Rome. Cardinal? The trade with the region is flourishing. Our burghers are very happy with the state of affairs and secured interest in the region, plus 20 trade advantage in Napoli market for 5 years. You see that, Dubrovnik? Now get out of here. We get the trade advantage now. Lithuania, what you got? Teutonic Lithuanian War? You know, since the Byzantines are guaranteeing my vassals, I'm not quite hip on this mechanic, but doesn't that basically mean that if I start to annex one of my vassals, they'll be like, no you don't, and attack us? Because if so, that's basically free Casus Belli. Still missing 0.3 books. 03 books. Well, I got so many scriptoriums being made, so just wait. Controlling Calabria. Let's swap you on over. Sort by tax. 41%. 13's got 51. 30's good. 30's good. 50's good. Val di Mazzara. Let's boost those numbers up. Get 25 to at least 30 something. "63 sailors. How many do I need for another beautiful Mediterranean galley?" I'm basically setting myself up to not participate in the colonization game the way that my technology is going. One benefit of this pathetic tree that I got like the worst tech tree in all the Renaissance. I've got Mediterranean galleys, which are slightly better galleys that work best for Mediterranean. Some naval damage, some levy. Whereas everybody else gets actual cool fucking things that can benefit. But they got some other boats on this side too, don't they? Man, I want Renaissance. Government reform +1. Cabinet seats +1. There's a special advance just for Naples and 2 Sicilies. This one was just for me and I can't get it. Crown power. They got... That's over in banking. Banking's got different types of boats to sail on the high seas of the Atlantic Ocean. So our boats are good for war in the Mediterranean. Their boats are good for cross-Atlantic sailing. And barks. 6-hull, 8 cannon. Carrack's has 20-hull, 40 cannons. 20-hull, 40 cannons. Whoever gets this boat is going to dominate any ocean. And look at how early that is. You get banking, you get merchants and trade, naval range, colonial range. You get some docks. Monthly sailors 16! Here I was super happy that fishing villages gave me +1 each. And then you get early Carracks with 20 hull, 40 cannons. Looks like they require soldiers, not just sailors. Monthly maintenance of soldiers, but then sailors, but then soldiers to man it, I guess. And soldiers you can get pretty easily out of your buildings just by building stuff. Separate from manpower and levies, it's an actual classification. Like peasants, laborers, soldiers, count them on the lower classes. Spying on who? Spying on Wallachia. France, you need to go to war, and then call Bohemia. Who else you got? Tahrir? You need to get involved in some HRE politics and start invading your neighbors. Alright, I was gonna build a boat. Build to fleet. Give me another of these sweet Mediterranean galleys. I thought 7 hull and 9 cannon was hot shit. And then I look at the banking tree, and there's a boat at about the same time. That's 20 and 40. Imagine how OP I would be if I had the early Carracks instead. We're so lucky that Parma had discovered Renaissance, because they're landlocked. They can't take advantage of that. Books again? Books again. $100 days for the scriptorium. Less than a month for my Senato. And my sweet, sweet, sweet extra 20% crown power for 10 whole years. 10 whole years. They're at 45 already. They're almost up to 50. Then they won't be so angry, grumpy anymore. Senato agrees. They've agreed to bolster the government for 10 years. %40 crown power against 33, 13, 9, and 2. Which is making people less happy with me. Whatever happened to a state satisfaction equilibrium plus? My state satisfaction equilibrium plus does not counteract the state satisfaction equilibrium minus. A state enrichment is plus 2%. Oh no, clergy's gonna drop to 70, burghers to 47, nobles to 51. You want to keep them above 50 as priority, so... Commoners, I'll drop some tax. Just get them in equilibrium. Burgers, we just want them above 50, basically. Burgers will stay above 50. Nobility is going to get above 50. Okay. Spy network. We have a little bit more for Camerino. And then Urbino. And once I get these fabrications going, somebody else is going to invent them, because it's always how it works, every single time. Raise army levy in Urbino. What's going on here? You guys at war? Why are you raising levies? Perugia? Prates, Pistonia at war? Pistoia and Prato. Take the capital of Florence. Florence isn't involved, though. Perugia against these guys. Pistoia is a Ghibelline. Perugia is a Guelph. Perugia's faction is smaller. Who started this war? 4 defenders. Oh, that's petty stuff I don't care about then. And this is cross-factional violence. There's some people on the defending side who are Guelphs, who are Ghibellines. So I don't expect this to change the makeup too much. People needs fruits, books, furs, and pearls. The more books I build, the more people demand beyond my ability. Over a month, couple of months. Show me that 20 though, spy network. 0.34 each month. Where's my 20? Is it gonna be in January? Since I'm at max diplomats anyway, there's no point paying for any more diplomats that I've already got. But I do want to pay to maintain them at least. No wars in Bohemia. No wars in Hungary. $20. Alright. Now. Directly create Casus Belli with my 20, force into faction. We have good relations with them. We'll have time to get those relationships down. And let's go ahead and cancel our spies. to drop one of our obligations on diplomacy. Genoa, you don't love us, right? No, it's only 13.6. We could declare war without any stability penalty. $37-1. Target opinion's only +7. Vassals feel safe. The strength of our armies and our generosity to their rights have made our vassals feel safe and protected under our umbrella. To ensure the security of this relationship, they've increased the tribute they're willing to pay. Shepherds shear their sheep, they do not slay them. Vassal feels safe for 10 years, loyalty of subjects. You see that, Byzantines? You're trying to tear us apart? Province still at war? They are. 11.4. It's tempting. I got 3 more years to use this Casus Belli. What else can or should I build? A scriptorium has good maximum profit, but so does Papermaker Guild. Do we have any non-profitable buildings? We got plenty of non-profitable buildings. Weaponsmith, Fishing Village. There's only 3 in the Dubrovnik market, Tudis market. Naples market has a lot of unprofitable fishing villages that people refuse to work in. Why don't I see what the wisdom of the internet has to say? EU5, how to phrase this. What if I just get a general overview for unprofitable building? Can't figure out how to fix unprofitable building? Watch a few guides on YouTube. I try importing more of the input goods, but it doesn't help. Should I just delete the building, playing Portugal? I look further, and it's looking like the buildings are close to or at 0 employment. Build buildings that use its output. Fixed it, but now I've got RGOs missing employees. Pops should promote, right? Pops will promote. Got the same mission. My start is Holland for my Wool Spinners Guild. Can't find a building that uses cloth, but I also don't see an option to export it. Papermaker Guild. So, is the trouble then that it's not for these buildings that they're missing their inputs? Otherwise it'd have a tab telling me, hey, your buildings are missing inputs. It's that we don't have a end use for these things. We don't have a use for the glass. We don't have a use for the weapons. So I should either export these things or find things that use fish or naval supplies or weapons. Stud farm, huh? A bog iron smelter. Sergeant Tree uses weaponry. Local crown power up. Monthly manpower up. Can recruit regiments, yes. Maybe I should build more sergeant trees? They'll cost me 50 and I have a whole lot of money. A castle. Takes stone, tools, weapons, and tar. Rural smelter, overseas trading post. An outpost of ambitious merchants who seek their luck and fortune in the business in lands far away from their home country. The best places to build an overseas trading post: Zliten, Azawaya, Chums. Embassy gives diplomatic capacity, removes fog of war in the location. Trade office, maritime presence to owner, trade advantage, trade capacity to owner. We could do that. What does bailiff do? Local noble power doubled, but local proximity source plus 20%. Market warehouse, trade advantage, trade capacity to owner, burger trade capacity, library, local cultural influence, local monthly literacy, local maxis, institution growth higher too. We'll build a library for, how much is it, 50 gold? Cost 200 burgers in Naples. What else have we got? Royal Garden. Prestige. Monthly prestige. If it's in the capital, the country benefits by 0.02 prestige and more monthly diplomats. Requirements in the Napoli market to progress. We got plenty, but a lack of gold. Irrigation, local food production. It takes tools and population capacity up. We're still buying food in places in Sicily, which is pretty embarrassing. So maybe if I gave them irrigation, that'll help with their ability to make stuff. Chancery, literacy for burghers and nobles. Cost 200 market building cost. Requirements not met. Has a river or adjacent to a lake. So I can only build it here, there. I can't build irrigation wherever I want. I'm getting sidetracked. I was looking for things that use weapons. Also, what needs glass? Books and tools. Scriptorium. There's just masonry, tailor's guild. Nobody needs glass though. Food production up. Everybody needs food. Put some farming villages around. They're still buying food over here, pathetically. So that should help them out a little bit more. Dominating crown power, you love to see it. Bohemia, go to war with somebody already. They're rivals with Sweden. Is there anything I can do with the Guelphs and Ghibellines support Imperial rival? Sweden or Messian? Let's make the Swedes love us. Much stronger. Maximum diplomats again. Let's go ahead and drop the cost just to maintenance. Once this 19 turns. Maybe for now, we'll drop. We'll drop? Papal States won't join the war with us because he's allied on both sides. And the Pope's also at war. Papal States won't join because minus 72 to 35. And for us, minus 255. Don't tell me they love Genoa more than me. In debt? Papal States at war? The Pope is in debt? They don't even have a Pope right now, we have a regent. We haven't elected a new Pope. Offer a loan that they'll have to pay back with interest. 398.6. Take on their debt, we'll pay the interest on them, and eventually be eligible to pay them off. Increases our prestige and they'll like us more. Let's give the Holy Father a loan. Too high interest rate, too many loans, loan duration too short. Okay, let me lend them. If but I could type in the amount. Let's make it 150. How predatory do I want to be with the Pope? Interest rate of 25%? It's too high interest rate either way. Give them 30 years to pay it off at 3% interest. A yearly interest. If I give them a yearly interest of 1% that they'll pay over 30 years, then that's 30 years of getting 10% of 150. An extra 15 gold every year for 30 years. Nah. Nah, maybe? Should I? We're being generous, Padre. You have a whole 30 years of paying us 15 gold extra. Now, I'm no banker, but that is how it works, right? I give them 150 gold now, and they spend 30 years giving us 15 gold. And so, at the end of 30 years, out of 450 gold extra. 450 gold. That is 350 gold over 30 years. Wowie zowie. Sorry, Pops, but you can handle this. Just making sure Bohemia gets into a war to be weaker, making sure Hungary is not in a war to make them weaker. I'm afraid to look. 53 to 55.98. 20 versus 16. Still, we made no progress in our tax rate. We gotta bump Genoa off. We gotta make sure Genoa is one of ours. What is this? Construction missing input. Missing books. Give me a second. $19.88. We can only see the decimal amount of spies if I look in here. So next month we'll definitely have our 20. Construction missing input. Balance of books in Napoli is down. So, which building that's being constructed? It'd be nice if it told me which one. Where's my currently being built tab? Is that for... We're building something here, aren't we? The library in Napoli is short on books. We got all those scriptoriums up. We got all those scriptoriums up and running, but are still short on books somehow. We have 20 scriptoriums. Okay, so scriptorium could upgrade to a printer shop. So I don't have to worry about my scriptoriums going obsolete like in Pentiment. They just naturally upgrade. Each one produces 0.03 books. And I'm currently shy on 0.56. 0.3 is pretty decent. So sounds like to me I should just make more scriptoriums. Paper mills make paper, scriptoriums make script. $50 clerics, I got available clerics. Library. The construction for the library is increasing the demand for books. That means the price for books is also going to get more expensive, yeah? Greasing my own wheels here? There. And how's my inflation looking? Stood at 3.9. Because we're only dropping by 0.05 each month. Oh, we've got actual cost of court now that the Senato's over. Whoops. Sorry, monies, but I gotta get back into the positive. 42 bucks only. Let's make it 0.05. It's still at 42. 42 is still great. Control and Val. So, who's the next that could use some extra control? Abruzzo will get you eventually. '20s aren't too bad. Noto, but the tax rate there is lesser. '26 with 8.8. This is rat max for diplomacy anyway. Let's get the next month's spending a bit better. Only a difference of a couple. But a couple gold's a couple gold. I'll take the drop of 0.05 diplomats. If that's the max for me right now anyway. Who's come of age? Our ruler's second cousin and courtier? Our Albanian cousin? Let's marry you off to somebody. Somebody who's not ancient. Somebody closer to your age. Would just be Capitano Ambrogio Rocci. Damage taken, -10. If the Marshal wasn't so low. Naval damage done, combat speed. He's a very defensive guy then. Morale, frontage, section chance, but not so much on damage and combat speed. Look at this brilliant map. 100. Incredible siege ability. Building needs, government needs 0, population needs. They want more fruit, 2 extra fruit. Let's get them pearls. Food imports, we're doing all right. More gold from pest, maybe. Get dyes from Bordeaux. We could use dyes for a few things. And this is saffron. $45 money per month now with this little bit extra. And my spies. My spies. Create Casus Belli. Force join faction. And then disable the spy network. Now I've got myself a lot of vassals now. What I should do is start consolidating them. So if I get a couple of guys here in my vassaldom, I should absorb them into Ascoli. Well, that'll take several years to do. Building up their opinion. Then the time taken to annex them. There. Just diplomatic spending of 1. Gives me 0.05. Genoa, Genoa, Genoa. What are we gonna do with Genoa? We could just take the plunge now, try to go to war with them. And trust that having Hungary on my side means that we'll survive better this time, even if they have the same amount of boats, but they have more forts. We could sabotage their reputation, we could corrupt their officials, which steals money to us. We could just steal 81 of their monies. No, that's monthly cost. Oh, no, never mind. I saw the gold and got greedy. Monthly cost for us is 81 adjusted for inflation. It just makes our cabinet less efficient. So discontent? At the cost of 81 per month? Yeesh. Stability becomes worse? Steal their maps, support their rebels? Infiltrate their administration as a whole 50. Removes fog of war for a period of time. Assassination. Let's sabotage that reputation first. We got the 10 spies. If we're to go to war, Hungary will join. Aragon is at war, so they can't. Papal States is at war, so they can't. Province is completely grayed out. Can be called to join war. Unit with 2 Sicilies. Prato would say no. Which is fine. They're really tiny and insignificant anyway. All my little vassals will join. All my little vassals are kind of insignificant. What if I just granted more scuddage across my vassals? You guys like scuddage, right? More payment to me, and you don't join my war. They dislike me in Pisa, though. The insult, the recently declared war, annexed another subject. Oh, they don't like that. They don't like when I just make our family bigger. That's all I'm doing. We're just making the family bigger. A rival for them to embargo. The only rival we have is the Byzantines right now, though. That doesn't help us out here. We can't really embargo. We can't really rival anybody else in the Ghibelline stuff except for Bohemia. And I don't want to give them more reason to join in war against me. Castile, can we get you as an ally? They're semi-fond of us. Minus 58 only, we'd have to work on it. France? Alliance is minus 57. Okay. If we are going to go to War of Genoa, if I'm going to trust that we have what it takes now to kick their ass, I'm looking at 20,000 soldiers versus 16,000 Bohemians and 6,000 Genovese, and the possibility of 10,000 Hungarians to help me. How much longer for my boat to finish making? In over a month? We'll wait for the month then. We'll get this boat ready first. Legitimacies give me crown power. Crown power, we dominate once again. We got no books to import. They're offering slaves, but no books. What was I waiting for? Right. Galley, 25 days, 24 days. This war's still ongoing, 19.8% now, Bohemia. hasn't got themselves caught up in anything. Hungary hasn't got themselves caught up. Four, three, two, one. Extra galley. 12 galleys to choose from. 4, 4, and 4. 2 Mediterranean, 2 traditional. 1 Mediterranean, 3 traditional. And a whole stack of Mediterranean galleys. We're definitely getting it very stacked towards the left flank. Are evenly filled. They don't care about the quality of the village, though, it seems. So where's a button? Having to learn these buttons. There's a button in order to set it the way I want it. Which one was it? Not split in half, not balance unit. Create a new unit. Galleys are worse at ocean and deep ocean especially, but are good for inland seas and narrows. I can't transfer mounts, so I guess no for that. Wait. Oh, there we go. Then I move him with this. But could I determine what frontage they get, or which side they get to? Because if I can't determine which side they get to, that's the thing, right? Like, how do I manually tweak which flank I want to put stuff in? We have right, center, left, reserve. But I don't see how I could adjust that myself. The First Navy is the First Navy. Blockade capacity. Did something. And now all the Mediterraneans to the right. 2 and 2. 3 and 1. Huh. Internet help me out. EU5 rearrange flank. The only thing I don't like so far, flank balancing, EU5 one day ago. Let me automate it. Tired of losing battles because I split and remerged my army, and they all piled into one flank, causing me to take 50 to 100% more casualties because the other two collapsed, and they just keep feeding into the meat grinder. The auto balancer should take into account unit composition. Yes! The type and number of battalion, and not just normalize battalions across the flanks, leaving a flank with a bunch of artillery or cav that get chewed up. I'd have less of a problem, but the manual formation screen is super squished and difficult to use. Does a manual formation screen where? Terrible for navies too. Tosses my transport ships into the front lines, but leaves my war galleons in the reserves. Some basic logic could be applied there too. Think it's intentional. Every time I balance, my transport levies become nearly the only thing on the front. This is intended, has to do with that stat that determines how fast a unit can join the battle, not flank composition. Can you even assign units to reserve manually? It just seems you shouldn't mix transports with warships. You could assign land unit to reserves, playing Hungary, no navy, check the formation button. in the formation tab. Right click instead of left click on the formation box. There's a formation tab. Right click instead of left click. On where? Balance unit, select objectives. That's... Where's the formation tab then? Do I go to my military tab here, then go to Navy? Open menu. EU5 formation tab. Tab, not tag. I don't need formable countries. Don't need formate. Let's see. Formable nations guide, not what I want. Formable nations. Ugh. Google is the worst these days. Okay, so we do Operation War of Genova. Hungary will join. 3,000 more from Brescia is going to join. Brescia is a Ghibelline. If we do really good with Genoa, sieging down their forts here, taking their capital, and we don't get our ass handed to us by Bohemia, we could feasibly march on over to Brescia, take their fort, and while we probably can't vassalize them like we want to do with Genoa, we could force them into a faction change, and that'll be one more Guelph up in the heartlands of the Ghibellines. But the primary target is going to be Genoa. But first, all that ruminating has put me at about 2 hours a stream. So let me put on the pretty world map, which is a pretty nice, cheaty way to remove some, to remove the undiscovered fog from the world to see how the rest are doing. There. Something like that. Pretty map. And I'll be back in a few. The cats have been extra needy today. And I've been a bit frustrated this morning because BF does nothing to help out with his cats that were his babies. So I'm sure they miss me, they want to see me. So let me give the cat some attention, brew some more teas, and I'll return. Music is so bombastic when you pull out the map like this. Alright, cats have been fed. Got myself some more tea. Should we go back to our two Sicilies? We got 0.68 books missing for my library construction. I'm getting scriptoriums built all over the place. More farming villages. I'm gonna do the big dumb and take on Genoa. Duchy rank Genoa. And my chair keeps sinking. I didn't put on that much weight between BRB and coming back. Whew. So what should the plan be? They have boats and they can make more boats, but our boats are better than their boats. What I could do is we could take our superior boat straight to them and then kick their asses. They're not at war right now, so they're very likely not maintaining their maintenance. They're Navy maintenance. And so they'll have half morale. Let's try that. Let's try to take them on right now. We'll raise our Navy maintenance to start off with. And Army maintenance would improve the moment the war starts. Let's wait for maximum morale first, then we'll head over. Prosperity recovery up. What else are we working on? Naval glory for monthly naval tradition. .18 per month for more morale. Did I swap Filippo out? My son and heir to Albania. I think he'd be okay for an admiral. Who's he going up against? They got no commander on their navy. We got technological superiority. Slightly. Don't mind us, we're just doing, we're just enforcing our maritime presence with these warships right outside your bay. Should we do it again? The last few times we had to go against Genoa, we could take them on, but then Bohemia kicks our teeth in. Bohemia has not been nice enough to grace us with the war. Hungary, at least, is keeping out, so their 10,000 armies could help us. Should we do it? Declare war. War goal. Force into our faction. Hungary is gonna join us. Every other one of our allies is at war with somebody else, thanks to the Aragon-Navarrese war. Genoa, Bohemia, and all their underlings. Brescia from across. Pavia. Pavia also. Let's take a look at Pavia. They're also Ghibellines. So maybe we could force Pavia to acquiesce and join the Guelphs. If we don't completely get our ass handed to us by Bohemia, then we could just finish up what we need in Genoa, march over to Pavia, march over to Brescia. And that's a lot of ifs. They have a castle in Pavia, a castle in Brescia. And I've already got 1, 2, 3 castles in Genova they gotta worry about. Let's do it. If we do good, then this could be a major turning point for the Guelphs. If. Hungary to join, Bohemia's gonna join. I have 2 spies. Can I... We still have 11 spies in Genoa. I don't think the send insult is going to be not the send insult. Covert actions. Sabotage reputation. I don't think it's going to be enough to drop Bohemia's support. They'll lose 50 opinion. But I don't think that's going to be enough for them to say, no, we won't help you out in war. So like 30-something against -1 or -2. $32. Oh boy. The trust is still there, the target opinion is there. What if I wait for a bit for that to tick away? Will it? Or am I just... Oh, there we go. -1 levy ability. That has nothing to do with that, though. Yeah, I didn't expect it to do anything anyway. Because the positives are way too high as it is. Bohemia is of the Holy Roman Empire of Genoa. Bohemia will join the war. And 32 is a pretty big obstacle to overcome. Force into faction? No. We have to wait for our diplomat to come back first. We have to wait anyway. 15th of August. 15th of August and it's go time. So hot. And at that time, Hungary is going to get into a war and I can't call on them. 15th of August. Hungary is still keeping his nose clean. Bohemia is sadly also still keeping their nose clean. -50 opinion between Bohemia and Genoa was not enough to change things. Aragon's War. 13.54 progress. It is never going to end. Genoa, their navy is practically mothballed with neglect. They're just keeping it here, maybe to maintain their maritime presence also. And now they're going to die. Hopefully. Maybe. Force into faction, Hungary call in, nobody else called in. Bohemia's gonna be. We could make Brescia and Pavia quit. Brescia, at least, is 36-30. Brescia's at war. With 3,000 guys here. What's Brescia got going on? Tyrolean Churer War. Chur against Tyrol, Hohenberg, Brescia. Well, they're busy either way. They'll join, but they're too busy. Let's do it. Could I call people in who won't respond? Force into faction. Go. Look at how obscene this is. All this red. Half of that, all the stuff in the west here is Bohemia. Bohemia all spread around. And then all this stuff over here is all their myriad underlings that they're also pulling in. But we got our boat superiority to kick their ass there. Let's get 70 levies. 70 naval levies. 20,000 army levies. We have 13 days for those to queue up. Already demolishing them. Complete destruction. They basically just fled. The cowards. Filippo Angio, heir to Albania, gained level-headed. Naval damage done. I'm so proud of my little boy. We're still making 43 per month. Where's my Hungarian friends? They're still raising guys too. Takes a while. We're only paying Navy maintenance, not even repairs, so... We've got them pinched in here, they're not able to leave. The dream goal of locking... Of locking Genoa in while we go about and do our shenanigans. Now that we have the sailors to get the fleets. Can we embark? We can embark. "39 boats in Napoli. We could just embark all of these guys right away. This is already more than enough to take on the Genovese. 6,000 troops. I'd feel happier with even more. They have castle over here, castle over here, castle over there. We got 3 castles to take out. Genova. Flatland! Yeah. How come before it was counting as mountain? No, was it over here that counted as mountain? Hills. I can kind of see this being mountain because that's sloping upwards. I mean, we can go back to past VODs and look, but I'm pretty sure when I was here before, this had inexplicably counted as mountain. I don't think that was a Sicily war I was involved in, no. I distinctly remember it being Genoa. Merge the armies. And now my son, my crown prince, with his 676 53 38 is in charge of the bigger military. $39 levies already enough to embark. I'm missing a boat because of the weird way it does things graphically. Should have a navy here with guys on it, but I think it's showing them as where they're not. They should be here right now, and not all the way up there. It likes to show where they're going to be, and not where they actually are. I can't imagine that being intended. There's no way that it is. You see those? The icons just flew out to the right. There's a little boat here, but his icon is all the way elsewhere. Where did they go? They, like, flew out. Oh. They went all the way... No, that's a different one. No. See? It shows my 6th Navy is here, when they really aren't. They're down there, and moving, but their icon is up here. There is absolutely no way that's intended. You see, because after a while, the icons return to where the boats actually are. The icons are supposed to be where they are. I mean, that's the only way it makes sense. It's saying this unit is this many boats carrying this many troops. Of course it'd be where the unit actually is, not where it's going to be a week from now. Unused trade capacity. Eh. What's this? Stones? Mercury. Should I get some mercury? What we'll do... Oh my goodness. Our boats... The icons doing their jumping around will never not make me laugh. There's some cool graphical stuff in the game, advanced over Crusader Kings and EU4, but there's also a lot of funny stuff. And there's a 4,000 over there. We're gonna go straight for the capital first. Just one boat will disband it. Gonna take them a while to embark. And then we'll send one of our boats to 6th Navy. You're going to gather food and give food, so my armies here will not starve. Lack of food? No, they're fine. If anything... Navy. Merge the navies. Then have all of them set to gather food, distribute food. Attrition hasn't come for them yet. Can I not select both of these? 2 armies selected. Merge the strongest. Maybe they can't merge while they're currently going on to land. And then 14th September at 2 p.m. There. Just nukes them right in. September. Merge him up. And he's already ready for command. Okay, we got 13,000 guys. Just march on to their capital. Battle of Genova won all... Really? Hold on. Where's the Genovese? Are they gonna march through everybody else to try to get to us? I see a small army here, so maybe they are. Crown Prince Luigi Angio has gained Inspirational Leader. Army morale recovery speed. Cool. But now I have concerns that the Genovese aren't here. They're either hiding out in Sarzana, or they're slowly marching down for the offense. So I think what I'll do is I'll send some guys back. "78 boats versus 9? Are they trying to make a break for it?" Most of these boats are garbage anyway. But there's no way that they're taking on our Mediterranean galleys. They're just embarrassing themselves further now. %, already making progress. I guess because we have the Pope's armies there and they're allied to us. Even if not in this war, we could see what's going on here, so we know there's no armies in Sarzana. And we have many armies coming down, so I think they are trying to beat me on the offense. So let's... No, not the army. I want to get the boats. The boats that you guys are on. Which one of you boats actually has the people on it? Fishing boats? Fine, we'll send all the boats sorted out later. Doesn't show me who's actually carrying troops on them. Now where's Hungary? They got all their armies up here. And they're not doing anything right now with them. They're just standing in place. Bohemia's on the move. We could see that. That's Moravia's. Moravia alone has 7,000. You see how Bohemia cheats. Not only do they have 43,000, they have 13,000. But Moravia is also bringing an additional 7k. So I gotta hope that these 13,000 here can hold out. 57, it dropped. Fishing boats and cogs. And looks like the Genevieves have brought some pirates of their own coming up. Okay, you guys go to the mountains and wait for now. These boats will come on back. They're trying to get some relief going here. Missing commander. Benevento's been taken by who? Is this still the same? Aragonese-Navarrese War? Slowly marching the way on down. Oh, now we got movement with the Hungarians. Now that what? Now that all the underlings here are crossing over the mountains. At least they'll provide a distraction. .08 books. It's increasing the amount of books we're missing now. Despite all the scriptoriums I've been producing. Increased control. War exhaustion isn't too bad right now. Sorting my tax. 50, 40, 30, 30, 40, 40. 24, Calabria. Let's get you back up. What happened to their pirates? They had some other boats going up around here. Are they hiding now that they see all of my boats back over? Meaning this army is going to be who? Anatolios Karatzas? Silvestro di Biandrate? Army attrition less? Less discipline. This guy's got more discipline, more combat speed, less food unit consumption. Though he's got minus 47% unit food consumption, almost half. Morale, initiative. Difference of discipline is 4.2 over an extra 9. I think we'll take Silvestro here. We gotta be a bit defensive. So less food consumed. Up here in the mountain, there's a Genovese army. They're just sitting there, doing nothing. Though they do have friendly armies close enough to reinforce. Status quo. They're just sitting around, my Hungarian allies. $500 monies, what should I do with you? I dislike how these guys are on the move, but it looks like they're going south. So maybe they're going to be more focused with the Hungarian stuff. They are occupying more throughout Hungary. Hungary is kind of regretting getting involved in this, because now they got their hinterlands getting invaded. Oh, here it comes. There comes the Genevan army, or at least part of them. And they had guys coming down the coast, but now they're going back up. Who's that, Brescia? Ancona? Ancona, you're not involved in this war? No, that is Brescia. Going to Ancona. I know how to read. I'm very good at reading. No, they are moving down. It just looked like they were going backwards because that's how the game does its little moving armies things. Very weirdly. Oh, my little baby girl. I got a young daughter now. Who's now old enough to get a better education. 7, 8, 11. We can keep her balanced for now. We can't afford an expensive education. We'll save that for the next generation. Give her diplomatic at first. They're not going for the mountain, the cheaters. Maybe I should have gone for the guy with higher direct combat potential then. They're defending. It's our turf and they're defending. I don't think we got this. They were dropping their right flank. Our left flank's going, but their right flank is dropping. So it's precarious. It's going to be 2 against 1 versus 2 against 1. Widespread support among the commoners and ability for our current policies. Indeed, they're being magnified well beyond their actual efficiency as proof of the government's goodwill and interest of the welfare of our kingdom. Gain stability. Give the money to those who need it most. Gain legitimacy. We're already at maxed. Or near maxed. Gain 116. Fill the treasury. More money is always good, but I say get the free 7 stability. Two against 1, 2 against 1. Who's gonna drop first? Oh, they got reinforcements. No good. So who's all in this? We got Pavia interfering now? So the stuff with Hungary is kind of working. They've also brought in their underlings from Moldavia to help out. Because while I don't see the Bohemian army, it seems the Moravians at least, with their extra 9,000, and a whole lot of these little gnats, are busying themselves up in the Carpathians. This is definitely not going our way, though. Oh, annoying. The mountain's right there. I should build a fort here. And that'll at least keep them... I should. It's in the Borderlands. The smart play for Borderlands is to put a fort. We learned that over in Imperator Rome. Just because the AI has in the past focused on trying to take my mountain fort doesn't mean they're always going to be dumb after all. So maybe they have allies with Brescia and Pavia, right? And I thought nothing of them. But Brescia has actually got decent amount of guys, even if they're already at a war right now. Would be nice is if the armies that you see on the map could choose a direction to march in. And yeah, we're still gonna be doing shenanigans here. First campaign means getting to do more shenanigans. Very quick flashbang that time. Every time it stutters up like that, I get worried that the stream is gonna suffer for it. Only dropped 132 frames, it's being very stable today. We do have 2 diplomats. If we drop opinion with Bohemia, it doesn't matter because they'll still join the war anyway. If we sabotage reputation with Brescia's at 36 to 30. If I could remove one of their reinforcements. Sabotage reputation with Brescia. And then when we do war, 31 to 30. They love Genoa too much. Nobody is willing to say no to joining with Genoa. So this time around, the Genovese were more willing to go down the peninsula to attack us directly. It is us against them, so we got more land, but it's more unguarded land. We've only got forts here, and the 2 we picked up there. Which means we just have trust. We have trust that they're gonna come here first. We are hidden in the mountains, too. So what to do differently? We moved all of our armies here, the main brunt of it, and we're quite satisfied with having all of our armies there, because in case Bohemia came in case Geneva was there, we wanted a full frontal assault over here. But we could say that Genova and their allies here is half of the offensive force, and Bohemia makes up the other half. If we tally up all their numbers together. So I'm not very willing to leave these guys high and dry. But even in Crusader Kings, a smart plan is kill their armies. Then you go carpet sieging. I was counting on their armies coming to the mountain because they always go for Aquila first. But these are smart cookies. And they wanted to go for Artie. They want to go for little border stuff, get to Langian. So how would I change things up here? July we get diplomats back. Oh, my boats are all the way over here still. Get those boats up there! We want the early kill! Geneva's not currently at war with anybody. They do have the ability to easily just march on through here. They don't need military access. Military access allows you to march through people at peacetime or at war. But if you're at war, you can just march over whoever, and nobody cares. Maybe there's a penalty of opinion for marching through people without the military access right. But nobody cares. So maybe if I drop my troops over in Sarzana, then they can't just walk through me. They'll have to meet me here, unless they want to go all the way around. So maybe that's what we'll do. Instead of going straight for the capital and waiting a year to siege it, we'll start with the fort in Sarzana, then work our way over. Province who refuses to work with me. Hungary will join us. We couldn't get Brescia out, so trying to change the timeline that way did nothing. 31 to 30. Even though they're at war, they're still willing to help. Slightly stronger navy. Remix. Accomplished sailor, navy movement speed. Okay, we don't want to merge all of our boats there, because we want the transportability to go back and forth if needed. Construction, raising levies, raising ships, 49 to be raised, to be destroyed. Okay. Merge them all together. Embark. And 42 boats will go here. To go here. Riviera di Levante. We'll keep these guys here. Because that's going to be the first of our defensive force. We'll send a further 1,000 to keep us safe here. $1,000, 1,000, 3,000. 4,000 here. I think I'm comfortable with this. We could send 13,000 like last time to sit over here. And because we'll be killing their fleets outside their capital, and the transport boats will be here, if we have to peel away, we can. Where did my fleet go? My fleet has once again vanished. If I go through tabs, if I leave and come back when my boats come back, if I go through my navies, there, 3rd Navy in Palumu is just vanished. I don't see you guys at all, but it says you're there. And then these ones, this one. We'll move you guys on down because boats going to port is so much faster than troops embarking. There they are. They exist after all. Then embark. I think we'll send these guys up this way after all. Because we could always just bring them on back over and just march across this way to get there, if need be. We see no hostile armies, thanks to Pisa for giving us visibility here. There's no visibility. The foeman could be there. 9,000 troops. Shall I wait for the rest to come over? Okay, these boats I'll combine. These boats can freely go back and forth without having to worry about getting my attack ships mixed up with my transport ships, getting people on the wrong boats. Oh, now we see the Genevieves. The 5,000 of them. So, they've just now raised there. Let's go face them. We're gonna get the recently disembarked penalty. Then again, I could just drop all of my guys onto here and then go over. There's a zone of control between the two, so I don't know if I can. But we could drop them over here, and then go in. They're on the move now, though. Get that embarkation penalty or disembarkation penalty. And that's perfectly fine. We want to face them. We want to try to get... This is mountain, is it? It's mountain. Mountain plus disembark. This would be the most foolish of ideas. We should have just gone here. And then march over this way. They got there first. And they're probably going to leave quicker. No, we got the jump on them. So I think we'll send this boat back over after all. Our commander, our little boy is actually better than commander in nearly every way. And despite them having the defensive mountains and us recently disembarking, we're gutting them! You see what happens, Genova, when we face you on your territory. You're trying to cheat by sneaking on this way. Genoa has lost. A minor victory, though. 500 to 1,000 almost. Battlefield medic trait this time. Reinforcement speed. We're getting worser traits this time around. They're retreating to Sarzana. That's the eastern extent that they have. They tend to retreat to their own territory. And since there's nothing else there for them, unless they're going to go all the way in one of their allies, then we should be meeting their armies here to vanquish. No, they're fleeing up towards Bardi. And we can't go to Bardi easy, we gotta leave here first. Well, can we leave from here though? It's still a fly trap. Kinda. We can't even go next door. We have to go all the way out to the next place, over the mountain, then back over. That can't be right. I get that there's a fort here, but surely it could radiate out from the fort. It's just going from the fort to next door to the fort. So, we'll take this fort, then we'll go for their capital. We're blocking them off over here in kind of a way. We'll have all of our guys here to better respond to any forces coming down. If we see them coming down from the east, we'll go down here. If we see them coming down the middle, we'll wait in the mountains. And in the mountains, they got their own little war going here too. And so, Hungary will keep the Bohemians, Moravians, etc. all busy. So us Italians could focus on Italian affairs. Who's hungry? The 6th Army? No. You guys aren't starving? Let's get all these transport boats over to keep you guys fed. They're set for gather food, distribute food. And see, now they're fine. Demands of a professional army. Growing military. An interesting development. Threat. You gotta love localization bugs in Paradox games. But this is good. So we could tell from the context that Tunisia is demanding more weapons. Where is it? Napoli Market? I guess our weapons are no longer losing money now that we're at war. But they were. If we sell arms to Tunis, alright. Demand of weapons for 5 years, that's money, that's more money we can make. Yeah, they're all going over the mountain now. So let's send 6th Army down to reinforce. We'll keep our 9,000 here. I see what you guys are doing. Look at how far Geneva's gone. They've gone all the way out towards the Alps. We kicked their ass so hard. They didn't just run home. They ran to the mountains. How much to put a castle here, or some kind of fort after all? Castle, local noble power, garrison size, unrest, possible nobles, fort level of 2, allow zone of control. It takes 730 days. I should have been building this time yesterday. It starts off as a stockade. We could build up to a castle. And then from there to a bastion, fort level of 4. I should, because this isn't going to be the only war we have. It's very... Population, why? Why do we have massive drop? Minus 20,000. We don't have disease, that's all from the war? The war alone is doing that? Are they not going to move? There they go. Alright, 6,000 with another 4,000 en route. Discipline. Unit food consumption is alright. But we need a guy with power to him. Discipline, combat speed. Minus 29% food consumption is already excellent. Frontage, stance. Nah, we gotta prioritize their combat ability first. Genevan boats going out this way. They're trying to reinforce, maybe? Sneaking around my ships. They're gonna try to jump us! You see that? We're still gonna win. Gems to Naples is a rotten trade now. Let's turn that off. They tried their best, and their best was mediocre. Do they park yet? Or are they over here when we come over? I can't tell because the guys haven't disembarked. Oh, they're there. Then why do you show the icon as here? Come on, Paradox, at least the graphics you could fix, the UI. At least have the tab for where guys are, be where they are. Excuse me. And now that those armies are out, we'll send this back around to feed some food to these guys. We've got a little bit of attrition, but it's not too bad yet. In fact, let's send these guys over for now. So they could take on duty for a bit. There we go, not minus 20,000. Maybe that was my levies being taken away. And that's what the drop is. And as long as all my levies don't die, then I won't have to worry about the population not coming home. $7,000 combined. They're going down the middle. Which way they going? Casal Maggiore. They could be coming back down here. They could be coming down to relieve. Or they could be coming down for offense. It's hard to say right now. Maybe the smart play after all is keep these guys on standby. And if we see these guys disappear, and they don't reappear coming over the mountain, then we send the relief down towards here instead. Because it could go either way. These guys are marching towards Cremona. They're going to Parma now. If they were going to march down the east coast, they wouldn't be going to Parma first. They're going to Parma because they want their entire party over here. $7,000. They're marching south to Parma to the north. They just have the icons in the wrong place again, I guess, maybe. Okay, from Parma, Canossa. Canossa's down here. So if they're going down here to Canossa, then they're likely not coming to Sarzana then. Unless they want to stay hidden by going over the mountain to the west and then jumping us, but I don't think that's the case. They're taking a more central route, but if they're going more south than to the west, then I think it is fair to say that they're going to want to take the fight towards me. Where's that 4th Navy of mine? Just constantly going back and forth. It had to reappear out of the ether. Ah, it's so goofy. And where's the army they were carrying? There they are. Look at them flying all the way down. Ugh. These guys are marching in place, going nowhere. Okay. I'm quite confident about what their plan is now. And even if they're sending all their guys here, we have the mountains. We are also a hidden army. Well, it's hidden from adjacent sea zones. So they can't spy us by sea, but they do own this land. So they could see us for sure. Gulf of St. Florent. Let's beat them to it. They got no chance against our superior Mediterranean galleys. For the time being, we could enjoy brief technological advantage at sea. They got more armies coming in. Is that Brescia? Brescia, did they finish their previous war? They've only got us now. They could put their full attention this way. Hungary isn't doing so well. They haven't consolidated as well as they should have. Their vassal is all the way out there. But they're keeping the Moravians busy. Can we set these guys to blockade? Blockade port. Is making them leave and go home. I don't understand how military objectives work in this game. There's 7,000 coming down. I think they want to cause chaos in my allies first before they go downwards. We have a lot of guys here. So, what if we sent folks out to meet them? 10,000 against 7? Arrive in November. Oh, arrive here in November. What about the final destination? How long to get here? The tooltip would say so in Crusader Kings 2. And they don't distribute enough food? There. Food from that boat. This is some real epic bombastic music. My poor peasant armies. But they're helping. They're dropping some morale. And then more fight gonna occur over here. Their own morale is pretty short here, though. Probably from being on march. Goal-oriented, army movement speed up. We'll sit here and wait. Because if we go now, we're sure to lose. Higher morale, better quality. We'll just wait for morale to go up. They're sitting there waiting for their siege to go through anyway. So if we kick their ass here... Oh, they're going on the offensive finally? Who's this, Bohemia? Zagan. So, this is just a whole bunch of nobodies that are vassals to Bohemia. But combined, they number in the thousands. Which brings up the very uncomfortable question, where is Bohemia? Higher morale, better quality, terrains to our benefit. We're at minus 28 in Zarzana. All we need to do... We don't need to vassalize them, but vassalizing them would be nice. Primary thing is to get them to switch factions. But I do want to vassalize them too. So if I get enough war score for it, the combat will help. They're considered attackers or the defenders. They're already losing the left flank, and our morale's still doing good on the others. 2 against 1, pressure on the center. But they have everything in their center right now. But it's still a whole lot of pressure at one point, though. We just need this to hold. So we could break the center, and it'll be 3 against 1. We're losing frontage pretty fast, losing morale pretty fast. It's gonna be 2 against 2 again. But it feels like their center's dropping faster than our right flank is. They're somehow holding through, and there they go, there they go. But there goes them, 2 against 1 again. Oh. See, this is more of a system that they have in CK2, with your 3 flanks versus 3 flanks. In Crusader Kings 3, it's just blob versus blob, and so you don't get this excitement of, is the flank going to hold? Can we break the center? Can we break their flank before our flank gets broken? Instead, it's koala brain. It's just throwing number against number. We're losing our center pretty quickly, but it's still 2 against 1. They're earning this defeat here. I was gonna say, what do you mean, Battle of Pisa? 1 casualty versus 0. That must have been like some preliminary thing before everybody else joined in. 3,000, almost 4,000 of theirs destroyed at the cost of 2,000 of our own souls. Yeah, go home, Genoa. Nobody likes your style here. Now let's see, is 14% war score enough? War goal achieved. Defender has achieved war goal. War score is ticking in their favor. Their war goal is have the capital. They have their own capital. It's basically they haven't been sieged. They're still defending. They won't accept current war enthusiasm. Okay, what if we wait here? Do we have fleet rights with Pisa? We do. Because I think I should siege Genova too while I'm here. Do 2 sieges at once. The important thing is taking their capital. $4,000 Brescians, doing not a lot of anything. I should go back down and eliminate them. Battle of Genova? That's all the Genevieve armies. They got 4,000 in waiting. I'm leaving my home flank completely undefended here, hoping to take both of these things out at once. Naval superiority, complete and utter naval superiority. They're on the move. They're going down to Pisa. So, are they going to try to out-siege us? We have common ground with our Ascolane neighbors in the fact that we share the Catholic faith. Yeah, so does the rest of Europe. Our relations have improved. Our 2 nations now look forward to the future as one. Ascoli being our neighbor that we straight up insulted a few times, took over. And now they're our vassal. Okay, we have lots of money. Our little daughter is gallant. She's a gallant little girl. So that's going to raise her military anyway. And diplomatic ability. Damn, girl! Her diplomacy and military will raise pretty naturally throughout. Let's get her diplomatic for now, and then we'll change it towards administrative later on. "25% war score. They will accept now, they'll accept the white peace. Will they accept... They'll accept forced faction change. They won't accept... We can't even do become a vassal. Needs to be occupied to be part of the peace treaty. We can manage that. We have occupation going on here. Since we have the money, let's go ahead and start building a fort in Ardi. We got hills in Terime. Ardi is also hills. Mountain Fort is fantastic. But let's put a fort here too. We'll put a castle. Cost 212, I got so much money already. That'll be defense for the next one. Minus 35, 35. Man, is this song hot or what? Give them more food. A little fleet running around. Okay, where are they going? They're going to Ventimiglia, 23rd February. Where's Ventimiglia? Oh, Ventimiglia. That's Starbucks for small Melia. "2,000 troops. They found some more relief. Where are they marching to? They trying to go here, then up and around? They're on the move. Are they just going after Pisanos? Oh, they're going after me. Wait. That's some Moravian armies there. What is Moravia doing down here? I thought that they were getting... Now that Hungary has consolidated the north, they're like, whoops, let's get out of here. Well, that's fine. That's more battle for us. Did they not know that we were over here? Because they're not even worth watching now. They're getting gutted. Battle Sarzana. Was that even a battle? They just showed up. Lübeck's guys showed up and got completely obliterated. We didn't take a single casualty. We just turned around and they walked right into our bayonets. Oh, we can now do diplomatic liberty law in the Sicilian Union. Unified external diplomacy. Gives 1 extra integration. If they are not the senior partner, then they could stop making alliances and wars that go counter to our needs. The following diplomatic actions are not possible or heavily restricted. Alliance, food action, guarantee, fleet basing rights, create building subjects, create subjects. Organize diplomats, gives diplomatic capacity up, maximum diplomats, monthly diplomats, no. Integrate us further. Army's fleeing. Children could have better education. Heir to Albania. This kid is now old enough for school. Let's give her administrative. What's the Genoese army doing other than Pistoia? Nobody's coming down this way, at least. If I set this to blockade. Blockade port. Is it gonna go home? Yeah, they decide to go home if I set to blockade port. I don't get it. I don't get how... EU5, blockade. Blockading doesn't work as intended, right? Our EU5 2 days ago. When you're prompted to choose a location, the Navy gets back to home port and the tooltip clearly states 0% blockade. When you put manually the Navy on the port you wish to block, it seems to work. The tooltip on the mission indicates 100% of the mission. You agree I'm doing something wrong. You agree or I'm doing something wrong. Maybe you have ship repairs also switched on? No. Same issue? Navy isn't repairing either. I don't know what's wrong with them. Had the same problem. But once I got to the 1400s and my Navy grew, it stopped. I assume that it behaves really weird and does not really tell you if it's not strong enough to blockade the port or something. I tried it with the exact same location like 100 years later with more ships and it just worked. So I'm not sure what's going on, but hopefully it works for you too. In some regions, you need 2 sea zone blocks for it to work. For some reason, they have more coastline to access the sea. But once you block it, you only need 1 fleet to keep it blocked. But it doesn't always work. I think that's a bug. It is a brand new game, and it is one of phenomenal complexity. You know, we've kicked a whole bunch of people's asses, right? We could force faction change for Genoa. Peace treaty with Brescia? We can't force faction change with Brescia, even though we kicked their ass. All of these jerks. Block Aquilia from building. Force of faction change is no. Okay, so I can't individually get them to faction change. But we can ask Genoa to. So that's going to be my safety trigger. If it turns out that Bohemia's armies are pushing over the mountains and I cannot possibly face them. We got 8,000 armies here. If I can't safely face somebody, we'll simply get the faction change. But all we really have to do is get their capital. So let's do that. Let's try to take their capital down, because all I care about doing is vassalizing right now. Trying to vassalize. If I put more dudes over here, that's everything devoted to this, to the siege. If there's a port and it's not blockaded. I got ships here, though. I got so many ships. Likely to fail at an assault. 633 days to build. What if I merge all these fleets together? And then say blockade. Then they go home. Unit is too large size. Movement speed down. Okay, divorce the levies. You could be too big. We just need this 21 to get better. Minus 14% supply shortage. They got guys coming down this way. I think I might go ahead and sacrifice down there, if it means the possibility of occupying their capital. They've been sneaky bastards. But I think this is a risk I'm willing to take. Because once it gets to like 14, it's gonna get to 0 faster, and then 20, 30, fully occupied. And there comes a whole bunch of... There's the Bohemians. %. They occupied Ascoli, and instead of coming further down to Artie, they've chosen to go up. Alright. Sitting around to a whole lot of not much. Oh. They're trying to take... They really want to take Pisa. They really hate Pisa there. And there comes the Bohemians. It's Maxima morale versus already wounded morale. And while they have a strong center, their flanks are either equal or worse. And they're already down a half. They have no chance to survive or make their time. Ha 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 ha. 2,000 of ours to kill 3,000 of theirs. Take that, Bohemia! We spit in your face! Patil! Patil! And that's 0. We're gonna get their capital. Who could have a better education? Little Katerina Angio? That's my son's kid. That's my son's kid. She's ambitious, diplomatic, and administrative have a chance to raise up, which is great because her administrative is at 2. She's 2 years old, and she's already got 2 diplomacy, 10 administrative, 15 martial. Is this his, He has Margarita, Maria. He's got nothing but daughters so far, so this could end up being the girl who inherits. We have 500 gold. Let's go ahead and give her an expensive education. I'm willing to give her an expensive education if she's going to be the firstborn. Luigi's only 22 years old. His wife is 22. They could maybe have many more kids and a few sons. They've only been married for 4 years. They've popped out 3 beautiful little girls already. Gianna can get it. %. That's a pretty big drop. And more war score from destroying their armies. They just keep throwing their boats at me. Over and over and over again. Are they doing the thing that Crusader Kings 3 does where the AI knows they're losing? What they'll do is they'll throw more armies at you to hasten the war score. That's actually how it works in Crusader Kings 3. They don't have it where the AI goes, "Oh shucks, we're kicking our ass so hard there's no way we could win. We offer to surrender." Instead they go, "Oh shucks, there's no way we could win. Let's keep throwing armies at you over and over and over again with the hope to accelerate war score." Except the trouble with that is that in most wars, war score from combat is capped. And you probably want to siege down provinces to get more war score, or to say, "I want to take this place over." And so when the AI instead just keeps throwing armies at you, all they're really doing, especially if war score is already capped or there's a small cap for combat score, is all they're really doing is whittling down your siege ability until it gets to the point where you have too few soldiers to siege, and then you're at a stalemate because you're just losing more and more soldiers from these little tiny nothingness fights, and the AI doesn't care because they can keep raising little like 10 or 100 to throw back at you. Maybe they're just really desperate. They see that Genova is set to fail pretty soon, and they want to break the presence of my boats here. Blockade capacity of the 4th Navy is at 2. 6 traditional galleys, 7 Mediterraneans. Currently blockading the following locations with the following efficiency. 138.16% Genova. Okay. So I don't have to set them for blockade mission to automatically blockade just by being in the same sea zone. That's how it usually works in Paradox games. But there's a button to do mission, and I'm glad to see that it's optional so long as I have the juice. 35% water shortage. Here they come. They're going all the way down. Where are they going? they're not even there, are they? Will arrive in... No, I guess they are there. I thought maybe they're doing the thing where the icons are in the wrong place. They're just... Are they trying to start at the boot and siege downwards? Are they taking advantage of the lack of forts to just go on a tour of Sicily? They're like, holy shit! Look at these farms! Look at all this! Their pasta's better down here? They got so many scriptoriums? What are they doing with so many scriptoriums? And look at these roads? They're taking advantage of all the roads I've been building? That's what they're really doing. They're taking a tour of my gravel road network. Defenders desert. Menepole has fallen. They're trying to get the tiniest war score all the way back here. That's okay, because we're going to get their capital pretty soon. Battle? What? Wait. Oh, that's my cogs. My cogs down here. I completely forgot about them. Luigi Angio is now a ship hunter after getting his ass handed to him. As long as we got all this money and we're waiting for stuff, I should build more roads. We're getting a little bit more green around here, but the road building project should keep on going. Where to build next? Jaltamure to Yandri to link these together, and then maybe have this become a little bit closer. Where's my... No, not military. Don't care about the military. There's my roads. 106. And then what other roads do we have here? We have no roads coming down this way. Let's build from Cassano to Rosano. And then we go to Cosenza. Or maybe we'll build 89, 80. Okay. We'll start building roads here and there. 115. Let's go for it. We're in the middle of a war that's been going on for a year now. And that's a perfect time to blow my treasury into roads. Could I lower the cost of court? Without sacrificing my legitimacy gain, I can. My forts aren't being used, so let's drop that down. Commoners are going towards 50.8, 49. We'll drop the burger tax a little. Nobles, we're at bare minimum. Nobles are getting a bit more power. The fuckers. Death. Agnes de Perregard, our ruler's mother-in-law. Oh, Brescia is trying to siege down in Aquila. %, 35? We just need this to finish up already. This is a 1/3 chance each cycle that we might win. Battle Gulf of Genoa is done. Battle Gulf of Genoa is done. And the siege of Genova lasted for an entire year before the garrison finally succumbed to hunger and disease. Now that we have the capital, 30% war score, they'll accept the force faction change, but they won't accept vassalization. Minus 118. So we kept it going for no reason then. What if we just do vassalize? Minus 104. Force faction change. Could we take land? We've occupied their capital here. Minus 5. Plus 16 to taking both. Plus 9. Minus 1. We could take more of their land. And you know what? We should get ticking war score because of occupying their capital. So I think actually if we wait for a little bit, now that we have ticking war score, we should be able to get some actual land. I was going to change their faction. We're going to change their faction and get their rich lands, which is probably going to hurt the Ghibellines even more. since that tax base will no longer be our tax base. Reorganize units? Since the government of our kingdom is officially began encouraging worship and focusing life on the true Catholic faith, our people feel more secure in their daily lives with each other. 12 stability gain! Let's go relieve the Pisanos. It's plus 5% to take it all now. 0, minus 10. Building these input, we need more lumber in the Tunis market. So he's not willing to give this up. Take that out, minus 8. Plus 3. We have 2 towns there. What else can we do to try to build up more war score? Because it claims that they have the war target. Defender has achieved the war goal, the war score is ticking in their favor. We have the capital. Oh, to take the capital province, not just the location. In that case, I think I'll go ahead and minus 8. I could let them have that, and then we could take... Could I take territory in Bohemia? I can actually ask to take territory in Bohemia. What about that then? What if I could ask to take territory back that Bohemia currently owns in Italy? Bohemia currently has all this territory that they shouldn't. We could get a border with Parma, and also we now know that Bohemia bleeds. We don't have to fear Bohemia as much anymore. Parma? Mountains, mild winters. They build wine there, wine. We could just opt to war directly against Bohemia if we want to take land back here. They have all their allies. The important thing about attacking all these smaller guys is that these smaller guys aren't aligned to France the way Bohemia is. Pistoia is that their tax rate, tax base 0, 0, 0. So they have a lot of land in Italy, but it's currently unproductive for them. $42. Okay. I think I could be satisfied with this for now. Just taking over their primary stuff here. I don't get to vassalize them, but I do get to force them into our faction. Force them to change factions, and Genova, Savona, Lavagna, and Sarzana become ours. Our little two Sicily slowly growing bigger. And let's go ahead and drop these levies. Let's split the levies off first. Refill garrison, disband unit. Where's the split levies off? Detach siege. Detach levies. Levies, you all get to go home now. Levies get disbanded, 6,000 will go home. $7,000 get to go home. Pisa's got no navy to embark on. What do you call that? Oh, they're in Livorno. Then bring them over to Pisa. Not a bad little war, that. And now we have a whole bunch of tabs to look at, but first let's get our armies home. Now that... How's the Guelphs versus Ghibellines looking? 0.19% progress versus 0.16 still. Forcing Genoa into the Ghibellines, into the Guelphs, was smart, but taking their most taxable land away wasn't. It's going to be less efficiently managed now that I am the one in charge of it. Close to being the target of an international organization. They might join a coalition against us. Genoa, non-integrated provinces, Levante and Ponente, pops of needs, rebel movements, unprofitable buildings in Genoa and Napoli, buildings missing employees in Genoa, marketplace, armory in Lavagna. What's this one? Unprofitable trades. Booksham Scanderia is not profitable. Well, there's lots that are at negatives. Buying for 0-0, selling for 0-0. And so we're just maintaining. Missing input. Genoa market wants firearms. Starving provinces. Levante and Ponente. Could I feed these Genoese provinces to Pisa? Seed province? I can. I can. Feed it to Pisa. And then it won't be my problem. Pisa is so much closer. Pisa is still loyal to me. So we can make the Pisanos a larger Guelph power here. They could pay for things. This will be a little bit of a reward to them for constantly getting sieged and getting their armies killed. will be nice. They could have Levante. And because they have Levante, they could have Punente too. Our own territorial map isn't changing too much right now. We have more influence here. Pisa is basically our dog, and province is getting further integrated into us. How long until I could sanction the empire? This December. This December we get to sanction the empire again. And how's our Western Schism doing? 0-0. What happened to the support in both ways, or is it doing another weird bug thing where it doesn't show stuff? Have they already done a reform? Or a council? Councils held 0, councils held 0. Huh. Okay. Let's keep voting. Well, now all the votes have shown up. I think it was just a visual bug then that wasn't showing it. Province, the Papal States, and us all voting together. Versus Western Europe, basically. Alright, but now that we haven't destroyed Genoa, but we have pushed them into our faction, that means fewer and fewer Ghibellines remaining. There's fewer and fewer of them. But they just so happen to be the richer ones with the better tax rates. It's not showing us their tax rate. Now there it is, 30. Tax base of 30. Tax base of 284. It's because of Bohemia. Bohemia is the sole reason why the Ghibellines have a 0.19 monthly progress right now. That's the only reason. 24, 52, 17, 16. It's all so very minor. It's basically all of us versus Bohemia. Pope has a tax base of 63. I got a tax base of 112. How was that calculated? It's just all the, just the tax of my locations. The individual locations and how much tax they're paying. So if I built more buildings, more economic buildings around places, not just resource gathering ones, but even my proper production buildings, then we'll start getting ahead more. For now it's been 4 hours. So, let's get that save in. We know Bohemia could bleed. And I want to grab Parma, because they have the Renaissance innovation. And the Renaissance innovation has all the fucking things I care about! It's all in theirs! And I can't do anything because the Renaissance hasn't reached me yet. Banking has, professional armies has, I could choose to embrace them. But they're way too expensive. So let's put on that beautiful world map. There. Something like that. Alright. And I should be back in a few. We are back. This beautiful song of silence could finally come to an end. The trouble was stripping away all these countries and putting a whole bunch of nothing there. Is that you're kind of boxed in for a while. All you can really do is try to explore and colonize, and that takes more population. And population is pretty slower in currency. Oh well. Let's go back to Sicily. Now that we have Genoa taken over, given to Pisa to administer for me until we absorb them. Genoa now in the Guelphs, though less effectively, since we took away their major tax base. We've almost got Casaspelli on Camerino, on Urbino. They're little nothingness guys, but I could feed them into Ascoli. Whoops. Cancel. Cancel the canceling. These guys have such insignificant tax rates here anyway, it doesn't really matter. Game, why you chugging along like that, game? Why is everything suddenly so much slower, game? You doing alright there? The rate's doing fine, resources seem fine. It's just having a moment. There was a patch that came out this morning, and among the patched notes, was things about, like, memory leak, CTDs being plugged. Figure maybe some of that is why things got a bit spotty at some point throughout the week. So hopefully that helps the performance out a bit more. If we take over things more around northern Epirus, we could feed it towards Albania. Make Albania bigger, have Albania get this stuff fattened up for us. It's really chugging along there suddenly. Like, taking a second to scroll the map, music halting for a second. You sure you're okay, game? Do you need a longer BRB to get yourself together here? CPU, memory look fine. Maybe it's just having a moment. Maybe the game doesn't expect to be played for 4 hours straight. But a game like this, you tend to play for a long time. Especially given how long you gotta wait for stuff anyway. Spy network? In Genoa, we can give up on now. We no longer need it. Their alliance with Brescia, with Pavia, we don't care about. We haven't got them to join as a vassal, but that's okay. We do have diplomats. Let's just cancel the spies for now. It was completely forgettable and unimportant people we used for this. If our agents are exposed and lost, it's not our concern. Is that the little hint it gives? That if I cancel building the network, then my total spies will start decaying. So, let's see. If we go against the Byzantines for their vassals here, or go against Bulgaria for their overlordship over northern Epirus. Bulgaria, how do you look? You're weaker than us. We're much stronger than them. They have a single ally in Trebizond, who are also rather insignificant. Northern Epirus, King of Bulgaria, has hold over you, so we can try to take that away from him, and then feed it to Albania. Venice has more control over here, but as long as we're still Guelphs and Guelphs, we'll leave them be. It's not helping them too much after all. And Epirus. Does Epirus stand alone now? Epirus stands alone. They've been abandoned by the Byzantines. So we could put spies on them. They'll be pretty easy pickings. I'd imagine... Let's see. Our tax base is pretty garbage everywhere. Where would I go to see prosperity? Prosperity... I mean, I guess that's kind of on par with us. So I got no room to talk there. Okay. We'll be getting these and these pretty soon. So let's go ahead and put spies in Epirus. And for northern Epirus, steel technology with 75 spies. We can gain research progress at the expense of theirs. Cool. Of course, that takes 75 spies, and every single spy above 25 gives a chance of discovery. Oh, we don't have any diplomats. Alright. Should I shift my numbers around? We're already only getting 30.38 a month. Gotta get these guys equilibrium a bit higher so I can tax them more again. Diplomatic spending. Let's try to get a new spy every 2 months. Every 2 months, every 5 months. For only 24.53 gold a month? Army maintenance, what are you doing? War's done with. Navy maintenance down, army maintenance down. We're back to bleeding out sailors for ships repairing and maintenance. But surely that includes all of our fleet levies too. Once I lose fleet levies, we shouldn't need that many repair. Then he spins around. Detach levies. And levies. Get out of here. Little Filippo, heir to Albania. Shame to lose out on such a capable admiral when his time comes. Got a couple of daughters of his own. My boys are very good at making daughters. And speaking of my boys, Battlefield Medic, reinforcement speed. To reinforce our unit back to strength, I guess that's alright. 76, 53, 38, and giving an expensive education to little Katerina. Because she's ambitious, and if all he's going to have is daughters, and so if she's going to inherit after him, But he's still young. 22, 23. They got time to produce more boys if they wanted to. Neapolitan's only 60% of the population down. I can't believe it. Tolerated culture, accepted culture, not tolerated? Add a tolerated culture, costs 5 prestige. It's only 2.45% of the population. Cultural capacity usage, if accepted, if tolerated. Maybe instead of tolerating and accepting, because it does cost a capacity. Accepted cultures, 0.48 out of 2. I could go all the way up to 2. Maybe we should focus on assimilation right now. Assimilate pops into our culture. Gricos. Even with all the vassal levies down, 14 sailors to repair. Let's have you set to patrol the seas, increase my maritime presence again. We'll keep you back here. Let's try to spread these out some. I do have many ships. We'll split you guys to 3. We'll send you down here. Where's the other one? I got 2 navies here. You'll be the home fleet. You'll support this area. If it'll let me. But not the middle? There we go. You'll carve around there and back. I don't know if that's how it works, but that's what I'll have you do. Chill and chum, enjoying a 5-stream streak. Enjoy it. Fine, we'll carve around this way. Naval glory, monthly naval traditions. And now split these ones up too. Split. 3 goes there. The other 3 will have you patrol. Is that too much? I don't think that's too much. And then you will put on the back here. Hopefully that suffices. I'm not the best at figuring out where I want these boats to be, but hopefully they'll figure it out themselves. .17 a month to .18. We finally have forward progress. Now that we swapped Genoa over, gave Genoa's heartland to Pisa, It's still obscene that Bohemia is providing all of their 308 tax base now against our Italian factioning here. It is entirely inappropriate for the Holy Roman Empire, the Emperor, to be a participant of our petty local politics. March right now. December comes up, though. December comes up, we could sanction them. Casus Belli on Camarino. I think I might actually get a coalition against me at some point. Man, even for those land battles, these war conquests, they got 0 prestige still. 4 is technically 0 prestige, it rounds down. Maritime presence minus 42.59% because of Navy maintenance. Not that maintenance, right? Because of my paying the Navy maintenance then, if I increased it. Go from 36 to 34. It's not the biggest thing in the world. Maritime presence plus 7.4. So I guess if I really want to maintain my maritime protection of trade, I want to ensure full funding towards the Navy. Maritime trade advantage 0.05. Base value. Naval range 1000. No hostile pirates or privateers. These guys are so tiny. Even though it's a force into faction, what I'm going to do is take them over wholesale, feed them to a Scoli, eventually absorb a Scoli. I don't want banking. Give me Renaissance. When do I get Renaissance? Do I gotta go against Parma directly? And make them ours? They're in the HRE, they're a Ghibelline, and they got so many allies. Bologna, who I'm pretty sure are Guelphs. Yeah, they're Guelphs. Florence, also Guelphs, I'm sure. Yeah. Bologna's protecting Parma's protecting themselves with all the Guelphs they don't want to go against. Brescia, we fought them, kicked their ass. Como. And then, of course, the HRE is going to get involved. If we want to go against Parma, and I think I do. I don't see a castle. There's a castle. I gotta zoom up high enough to see it. So all we would have to do is put pretty much all of our guys here. Start sieging. Consolidate. Get it going. There's no ports, so I don't have to worry about blockades. And then once I notice that everybody else is spreading around, you know, let's cancel the spy network on Epirus first. I do eventually want to go this direction and start feeding Albania. But I should focus on the things that benefit me directly right now. And that's, I want direct control of Parma. They have Renaissance. I want Renaissance. Everything I want is under Renaissance. Give me government reforms +1, and then cabinet seats +1, and crown power 10% in that order. Crown power 10%. All the good things are under there. We got the shittiest one. I think what I'm going to have to do is when the Age of Discovery comes up, I'm gonna have to pause, pull up a wiki, see what exactly every single thing gives me. It gives you a list of, well, if you take this option, you can get this innovation, this innovation, this innovation. You're not telling me which tree I'm gonna get. I gotta make sure I get the good trees first. Okay, so starting next month, we're gonna start building up spies in Parma. Died at the age of 63. Admiral of San Giovanni, Rodolfo Sea Dogs. Okay. And who's reached the age of 16? Our ruler's second cousin in Courtier? All the nobles are getting more and more ancient. Maybe I should be marrying these guys off myself. Maybe if I don't marry them, then they'll never marry. And then we'll cease getting capable nobles over time. Capitano. People, characters. Artistic skill, military ability, I can't sort by age here. Can't sort by married, not married. Number of alive characters. So these dynasties are gonna die out once these guys die. Angio's got a whole lot. Maybe I'm not going to focus on micromanaging marriage right now. Bohemia given a guarantee to my subjects. So I know what a guarantee is. One country guaranteeing another country, protect them if they would be attacked in war. Is that all that means? If my vassals get attacked, Bohemia's gonna protect them? Because guaranteeing my subjects feels kind of targeted. Is it simply an opinion boost, where they start to like Bohemia more and lose loyalty to me? Or is guaranteeing their independence mean that if I try to absorb them, then Bohemia's gonna kick my ass? EU5, subject guarantee. What do you mean exactly? Can release provinces as custom subjects. Nah, I don't care about that. Subject overlords must be better in EU5 2 weeks ago. How to release subjects, situations. Oh, they got nothing. Either way, that's just them being belligerent and blowing a bunch of hot air. Navy, who should we put down for these ones? They're just sailing about, doing their patrols. Capitano? Cheaper Navy maintenance? And for the other? Cheaper Navy maintenance? Inflation's down to 2. So how's about? What else I want to build? If I sort by maximum profit. Could sort by the total amount of buildings, A to Z. Paper maker. Now that we have a whole bunch of scriptoriums. Speaking of scriptoriums, I guess they're doing well enough now that my library was able to finish. They lost their book deficiency. Distillers will do alright, carpenters will do alright, die makers. Let's put some more die makers around. Spinners Guild produces cloth? Cloth. Jewelers Guild. Paper maker cost 50. Napoli, Gaeta, Salerno. So that's as far as profit goes. What about if But don't worry about profit. What about getting my tech up? Getting literacy? Monastery is more food consumption, clergy literacy, pop conversion speed, disease resistance, university. Cannot build any building of this type. What am I missing? Am I missing... Available in Age of Renaissance requires permanent cabinet. And I'm pretty sure that's over in the Renaissance tree that we don't have access to, so we can't build university. We could put more libraries down. They also cost 50. Pop promotion, local literacy, local max literacy, institution growth. How much do I care about? We could open another library at Napoli. We could build one in Palermo, Aquila, Messina. Need 2 books available. Have 0.6. Paper we have loads of. Supply and demand for books is pretty much even right now. So I think before I build more libraries, I gotta make more scriptoriums. Literacy for clergy, max control if I put temples everywhere. They recommend one in Salerno, and I can't just build any place I want. Has to be in a town or city. And all the rest already have one, except for the godless heathens of Salerno. Cardinal seats, we gotta ask the Pope for those. Hospitals, we could put more in. Messina. Don't need glass. We have glass. Cathedral, glass, lumber, marble, masonry, stone. Conversion, migration, attraction, and literacy for clergy. Wharfs. We got so many wharfs already. +1 monthly sailor I was so excited for. If we had got through the Renaissance tree, we could have made docks for 16 sailors a month. Ugh. Food capacity up. Marketplace, burger power, assimilation speed. If we put more marketplaces around Calabria, that'll help assimilate our Greco over towards Neapolitan. Plus we get more trade capacity and trade advantage. An overseas trading post we can build too. Trade advantage and trade capacity to owner. We do rely on a few things from the Tunisian area. So maybe I should. They have lumber in the Tunis market area. They have masonry. The question becomes, where do I want to build? We can't build in Tunis directly. We can't build in a city. City is right out. Give me trade advantage and capacity to owner. And I can't build it in Europe? Not at a town, not at a town. Requirements not met. Coastal. Do they have nothing but towns and cities around here? Not in Europe. Wait. I can't put an overseas trading post in Europe. Why not? Maybe I want to guarantee my trade dominance in the barbarians of Aragon. I should make some, but I'll hold off. Because I want to see what else I can play with. Royal Garden. Monthly diplomats plus 0.2 and prestige plus 0.02. Takes 730 days. And we have the materials to make. Well, we have a little bit less tin. Need a bit more tin to finish it off. And I don't think anyone's offering me tin right now. We need to have 1.6. How do we have 1.6? Windmill would give me rice output. Literacy for nobles and burghers of the Chancery. Maritime presence, trade advantage, trade capacity, trade office. Okay, so trade office we can build overseas. Pisa, Valencia. Embassy would lift the fog of war in a location. So, if it's outside Europe, it's an overseas trading post. Very exotic. If it's inside Europe, it's a trade office. Very prestigious, very civilized. Let's do marketplaces. I want to build a royal garden, because I like the sound of it. And that would give me more monthly diplomat and more prestige. It could put a little staunching to my bleeding prestige every month. Who else has a royal garden? Maybe lots of people, but also I now. And then marketplaces. Let's build some more marketplaces all over. Can't be in a rural settlement. 34 to build here. We're short on masonry. Or at least there's a minus to the masonry. We have 439 available, but losing 1.85. Let's build these markets first, and then I'll see about getting my masonry up. All this work on scriptoriums. We neglected our stone. And since inflation isn't too bad right now... Nope. 63 a month. What am I missing? Tin? What are we gonna do with you, tin? There's tin in Sardinia, as there should be. Tin in Cornwall, very historical. Who's got tin over there? Sienna. Okay. Does anybody got tin they want to give me? Population need, building need. Tin from Genoa. No hard feelings. What current trades do I have in the negatives? Gems, dyes, books. But no more tin I could ask for anyway. Building needs is at 0. Government needs. There we go. Zero still. Was that sufficient? I'm still looking at 0.33 deficient. No more for government or building needs right now. So maybe it's good enough for the time being. Orthodox Zealots at 20.61. Should I be worried about that? In one location. In Reggio di Calabria. To one press Casus Belli? Parma? Let's get a spy network going with you. We're gonna get all these guys up here, even Florence and Siena going against us. Bohemia, round 2. But you actually have Renaissance. And I want access to it, and you're not giving me access to it. Potion Dubrovnik, unmarketable or unprofitable. Dubrovnik books. Cut them out. Which is fine. With all the scriptoriums I've been building, we have all the books we need. And hey, castle's almost finished. 24th of August? All I want with that is a fort here and a fort there to keep people from marching right on through. Now I've got a wall of impassable here. We'll have to take one or the other, which is time for me to relieve it. Missing employees, 950 soldiers to garrison it. Don't tell them that. They'll see the castle, they'll be spooked, that's all that matters. Banking. I'm not gonna spend 17 stability on banking. The banking tree doesn't have anything I care about. 58 to 61. They're back to 19. We're slowly catching up. Emphasis on slowly. You guys got any allies? Any exciting allies I can take over? An ally with Siena? An ally with Perugia? Perugia's Guelphs, aren't they? I was reading Wikipedia, and apparently, after the initial spawning of the Guelph and Ghibelline factions, and it basically turning into just local politics in Italy that was kind of divorced from the initial purpose of it all. That there's a whole lot more back and forth of like, if your neighbor is a Ghibelline, you might be a Guelph to oppose them. But here it's a whole lot more kind of consistent, kind of homogenous. Those of us in the middle of Italy tend to align with the Pope a whole lot more. Those in the north tend to align with the HRE a whole lot more. When a little bit was these guys over here were kind of worried about the growth of the Papal States, and so they would join up with the Ghibelline faction because they didn't want to be gobbled up by the Papal States. Whereas here's just a nice easy band going through. Middle and south tend to align with the Pope. North tends to align with the HRE. So you have allies. Siena, which is Guelph, and has been from the start of this game. Perugia, Guelph. So your two allies are ones I don't want to interfere with. You have only one ally, with Cortona, who is also a Guelph, but also really insignificant. So I guess we could just march one then the other. Sit here, siege for a bit. Sit there, siege for a bit. Feed it to a Ascoli, feed it to a Ascoli. And then Ascoli's resources could be used to build roads through here, to build up infrastructure through here. And then once they're properly fattened, I can start absorbing them. Kind of like Pisa up here. Giving them Genoese lands. Malaspina, also Guelphs. Allied to Finale, there it is, the final boss of the game right there. How's Piedmont looking? We're married to them. He's got that pretty jovial, grandfatherly smile. Appanage of Savoy. Savoy is also part of the HRE. You can tell because of his goofy hat. Allied to the Pope, allied to Milan. Milan is now considered the boss of the Ghibellines. It was Genoa for a while, but they swapped over long before we tried to take Genoa over. They do have a tax base of 29.56. That could be a pretty decent spit at them if you try to take that, or at least swap their faction. Allied to Austria. Allied to Savoy. Allied to Florence. These Capulet and Montague alliances, where Guelphs are allied to Ghibellines, are specifically against me. So if I want to fight any of them, I have to fight some of my friends. Call into first rebellion against Aragon. What you got going on here? County of Torres, no allies. Where's Torres? Oh, there. That's it. And he's already got a little army there. Do they even have a castle? They got no castles. Yeah, sure, we'll help with your big bad rebellion. Unraised levies. Do you think if we put a big enough force here, we could claim the occupation? I mean, it's not even going to be an occupation. There's no castle. You just got to sit there and wait for a bit. Levies, let's just raise in Naples. We don't need the entire world here for this one. Navy levies. Oh, that was Navy levies. Whoops. Army levies. What am I missing? Lumber. Alright, so lumber and masonry are resources we have, but can kind of get low on now and again. Lumber. We're already at max here. Not possible to upgrade the lumber forestry in Potenza beyond a size of 4,000. And that's it for my lumber, actually. So we have peasant buildings for Forest Village. Produces leather. So that's it, huh? That's actually my only source of trees. Tunis Market is missing lumber. We got lumber over here. But that's not in the Tunis Market area. So, sucks to be them. Should have thought about that when the market pool drove them away from us. Okay, which one of these is actually containing the fleet? Chose correctly. Easiest participation. Aragon requesting food access. I don't see him actually landing on Sicilian shores. You have no need for that, so sure. Kingdom Bohemia wants to be a rival. They're gonna join every single war against... Hey, welcome home. Oh, you got me coconut juice? Coconut water, Mason, thank you.
I said completely coconut water, no concentrate.
Now, putting a critical eye to it, I'm not too fond of the packaging. It feels kind of like, here's your hoity-toity superfood, health food kind of thing.
Well, it was either that
Yeah,
or
yeah.
no.
It's just my criticism.
That one has less sodium than the other one, so I didn't...
100% coconut water.
I went into Ross.
Product of Vietnam, nice.
I went into Ross since they had AC while the car was charging. Saw a little old lady on the corner of the road with a homeless anything help sign, so I got her a water. Got you that.
It's nice.
And I gave her 15 because I had that in my wallet from rent, so I just
Very sweet.
15 out. She was very happy. She said thank you very much with the water, and then she's like, oh, thank you, even more when I give her the bills. Also, if you make a meatloaf and a yummy salad tonight, then you can go to a movie tomorrow.
Do you know how much ground beef I'll need to start on a meatloaf, Mason? Just because I bought $33 worth of 6 pounds of beef doesn't mean I've only got one of my bags thawing in the microwave. One bag. That's half a pound. You're gonna get a half-pound meatloaf. You know what? Let's go ahead. Make a rival of Bulgaria. And a rival of Bohemia especially. Gonna be maximum on our potential rivals. November. The chance to sanctions coming up pretty soon. There, we've done it. We've taken over your, rebellious location. Independence of Torres. So, Sardinia is an island. This is kind of a strait between these two. Would that make these the Torres Strait Islanders? So, because we've occupied this, could I sneak in and demand it? We cannot abandon our allies until 12 months have passed. So, I'm basically doing a good deed for them. Doing their job for them, then we go home. Alright. Now separate the levies. Detach the levies. We could do... Was that Scorched Earth? We could do Scorched Earth on my own home. Lose all that food, lose pop satisfaction. I mean, I guess if I want to increase the attrition damage to the enemy that's marching through my territory, I could. Historically, it's a thing that people have done. Starve their own people, so when the invading armies come in, they also starve. But disband. And disband the Navy levies. Parma, putting spies on you. Unprofitable trade, the books from Paris to Naples. What if I built a trade office? If I built trade offices in places in Europe, and overseas trading posts in places outside of Europe, would that make these things less unprofitable? Total profit of negative 0.02. Elation needs, they always need more furs. Food imports. They always need more fruits, more pearls, more furs. A little bit more on sturdy grains. Let's get them more sturdy grains. $300 monies. Should I try my luck with another artist? $11 more years, and we can get a positive trait. I'm hoping it's a positive trait, because we got Malevolence, Indulgence. She's got to get one positive thing eventually. December 11, 9 more days? Sanctioned Empire. Kingdom of Bohemia continues to hate me. Lifted duties for the Guelphs, more sanctions for the Empire. Nothing's gonna stop this any. 19 versus 18. It's a slow catch-up. I don't like this guy. It's really unfair that he's got his participation in here because he's in Italy now, illegally. You go to the Reddit, everyone's complaining about Bohemia just grabbing land all over the Empire. Look at all that. They got all this, all that. I'd attack them directly, but they got Paris. They got France as one of their allies. Tyre and France, of all people. So if I were to war against Bohemia, Luxembourg will join them, France will join them. There's not enough negatives to get them to not to. Province. Target opinion and border distance. Target opinion? Don't tell me he's in love with Bohemia. I mean, that's me. I'm province. Why do my people love the Bohemians more than they love the people of their queen? Truce with target, so it wouldn't be right now, but like after the truce expires. Aragon at war. So maybe we could pull the Aragonese and the Hungarians after the truce expires, after Aragon's done with their wars. Weaponsmith would actually turn a profit now. I should build buildings that have better profit so I can get better taxes and slowly squeeze out more wealth. More wealth progress. Paper makers. We got paper makers all over the place. 35 costs a year. Available burgers is -5. Available burgers is 200. Or they needs 200. Available is 560. All right. Paper, paper. And sure, spend the rest of my cash on it. Masonry is the minus, but we have plenty available. Gotta work on that. Maybe we'll make it the next thing to improve on. Get our local mason resources up. But if so many things desire masonry, wouldn't that increase the price of it? Annexes Torres and humiliates Torres. You see, Torres, you should have sided with me then. We wouldn't have added humiliation onto it. Masonry? Is that laborers? Takes 500 laborers. So if I create masons, they'll have to promote out of the peasant population. Clergy mobilizes population. For many years, our policies have motivated a large majority of our population to dutifully attend the expected religious ceremonies. The clergy has shown its thanks for their supportive policy by in turn making supportive comments about our government. Hey, Toasty. They're just throwing more and more stability at me. I would love to use this ability to take away certain privileges of the estate. The one I want to get rid of the most is fortification licenses. I don't care so much about the the estate power to the nobility through it. What I care about is a 0.10 towards decentralization, which is making it more difficult for my centralization to take hold. 0.02 each month towards centralization. Market fairs, communal lands is -0.2. Fortification license. It'd be the easiest thing in the world to take the common rights away from the peasants. But I like the commons. Even in a centralized state, there is room for the people to have access to their resources that they are the ones curating and regulating. The tragedy of the commons tries to make it seem like the commons are a free-for-all, in which every single farmer, every single shepherd, every single forager is extracting the same resource to the point where it becomes useless. But obviously, the people using the commons don't want the commons to be fallow, or they don't want it to be a barren, I mean, so they actually have systems in place for sustainable use of their commons and who gets to use what, who's allowed what. It's only once the enclosures start coming in that sure, it might be more profitable for the landowner, but that's the real tragedy there. Take away their communal land in an effort to centralize the state. It only costs 4.52 stability to revoke because the peasants have no power, which is why it's so important to get more power than everyone else and disempower everyone else so you have the freedom to take away their rights. If we bribe them, they'll get 10% satisfaction. I'm just thinking that I could use 73 stability to remove their fortification license, and then pay them a pittance to gain a pittance. Well, pay a whole lot more than a pittance to get a pittance of like back. But now that we're up to 62 stability, we have some interesting risk-reward questions now. As a quick save reload has showed us earlier, you can in fact go below 0 stability. I wasn't sure if it would let me revoke a license if it would get me to or below 0, and it absolutely will. And you don't just go to 0, you can go all the way into a negative 100 or worse if you really could. If you pushed a button that says minus 200 stability, it would let you go minus 200 stability, with all the major disadvantage that entails. Current stability gives a lower threshold for pop join rebel, or minus 6.26% of that. Lower leave threshold for levels for rebels. A state satisfaction equilibrium gets higher the more stability you have. Pops promote faster with more stability. So, if I were to spend 73.57 stability throwing the entire country into chaos because I just felt something cold on my fingers. Onyx, you're just bumping your nose up into my hand real quick there. Come here, Onyx. You could be... Was that your stomach or mine? Did I pick you up too quickly? You okay? One time when it was so long since I saw Onyx, I picked him up to give him a hug, and I think I must have picked him up too fast that time or squeezed him in the middle too fast. And so when I put him down, you threw up a little, Onyx. That was years ago, though. What do you think, Onyx? If I revoke the fortification license of the nobles, that'll drop me down to about negative 11 stability, Onyx. Negative 11 stability. It wouldn't be as bad as negative, what was it, negative 70 something when we tested it the first time? Yeah? But negative 11 stability would mean that the equilibrium balance for every single estate would also drop maybe a dozen or so. What do you think, Onyx? Is it worth it? Careful, Onyx. These buttons actually do stuff, baby. I don't want you sitting your butt on the mouse when I'm sitting on a minus. What was it, minus 70? Minus 70 stability button? What you looking around for, baby? You're whipping your head around with such curiosity. Oh, you want my hand to pet your head? He was purring from me petting his back, but he was whipping his head around and then directly rubbed his head on my hand to let me know, or my arm, I guess, to let me know to pet him. Onyx, I give you what you want, and then you put your butt in my face. That's not a very good reward, Onyx. He's a sweetheart. To think, Onyx, your dad comes home and the first thing he does after giving me coconut juice and demanding meatloaf without time to thaw it is kicks you out of the room so we could play Wolf Quest all by himself without you bothering him. It's okay, baby. We know who your real papa is now, don't we, Onyx? Yes, we do. Don't sit on the keyboard. Move your butt to the left. There we go. You don't have to go, Onyx. Just your butt did. He's a sweet guy. The only trouble is cats take work and attention. And with two adults in the house, it'd be nice to get help with that. Right, Onyx? I'm basically on walks strike right now. Because it's always me giving you walks, Onyx. So, now if you want to get walks, you gotta go to your dad for that. We gotta get some better distribution of the labor around here. Estate equilibrium is dropping fast. Onyx, if you want to be groomed, you don't have to just lick my hand and let me rub your spit on the rest of your fur. Go find Toasty. There's another cat in the house. You two could lick each other, okay? Where's Toasty right now? Is he taking a nap? Come on, Onyx, let's go find Toasty. Oh. He's right here. There you go, Onyx. Go lick Toasty. See? If you want to lick Toasty and you want Toasty to lick you back, come on, Onyx. Come here, come here, come here. Come on, Toasty. You too. Toasty, Onyx. I'll give you two snacks. How about that? You want some snacks too? Oh, What was I doing? Throw the country into temporary upheaval as the queen in her middle age decides to strip the nobles of their fortification licenses, throwing us into negative 11 or so stability for a few how longs. When we tested it, and it allowed us to drop all the way to the negative 70s, it would have taken us 7 years at maximum stability investment. There was no way we were going to survive 7 years that way. I'm tempted. I'm sorely tempted. I gave them rights over military and navy because I don't mind the nobility just being glorified military officers. If they want their privilege, they gotta spill blood to earn it. "62 stability is amazing, but I'm going to lose it. It's gonna tick down regardless. Unless I spend money to stabilize stability. When was the last save? The last save was a while ago. Testing things, I'm permitted, testing and learning. I'm permitted to save scum a little bit. It's less save scumming, it's more, what can we do with the system to do X, Y, and Z, right? We gotta test things around and to see what strategies we can do going forward. How much leeway we have with certain risky decisions. Someday, when the game is better, we're gonna do a Palau world conquest. But until then, we have to see what all we can get away with. So if I were to go into like negative 11, negative 12 stability, fort limit is alright. I don't need so much fort. But I don't want the decentralization. And I don't want to be so much of a jerk so as to enclose the commons. Minus 25% to state satisfaction. And throw the country into turmoil. For the better of our country, I have to revoke fortification license for the nobility. No longer do they get to entrench and fortify themselves with inherited dominions. Negative 10. After testing it before and seeing it drop down to negative 70, negative 10 stability actually makes my heart feel good. This is like if the gal I was sweet on in the army called me up on the phone right now, and I'd be like, what the heck, how'd you get my number? I never gave you my new number. And she said, I've had my fun, but I think of you longingly these days. That is exactly how my heart feels, to see only negative 10 stability. Negative 10 stability is a pretty decent place to be for recovery. We get 0.25 a month, so every 4 months we get a whole integer. If I boost my stability, 56 to 41, hey. 0.75, so every other month we'll get an integer and change. And if we go to my cabinet, strengthening government, assimilating in Calabria, we'll let him assimilate some more. Stability, who's got the better stability? Stabilize country by the sword. 0.05. He's got slightly better swordsmanship over him, so that gives a little bonus there, especially with our... Conciliatory gives a little bit of help here. Royal court does, royal marriage rights, crown power. Crown power helps us out too. 39 over 34 of the nobility. Modifier, so plus 0.09 for stability investment. So, for under 10 months, I'm going to spitball around 8 months or so. For around 8 months or so, rebels would be a bit more dangerous. We get no benefit to great power score. A state satisfaction equilibrium across the board is -3. On top of the nobles getting really, really upset that I stripped their rights away. And so they drop to a latent 26.58, but they want to go back up to 45. They'll get back up to 45 eventually. Oh, my inflation's already pretty high up. I could probably keep soaking that for a while longer yet. Let's turn maintenance down, army maintenance down, squeeze a few more pennies in. Legitimacy gives us more power. Power. Diplomacy settings. I don't see myself going to war right now, so let's cut the 0.2. We'll make it 0.15 for now. 0.1. Since I'm going to be having to minus 0.29. 0.29. We can keep them as is for a bit. Nobles, could I get them raised by whole integers? Because plus 0.2 is going to keep them grumpy for a good long while. I'll make it up to them by lowering their tax. And then 0.2 stays 0.2 regardless. They're that pissed off. In that case, if it's going to be a 0.2 either way, then max it out. Hey, we're back in food surplus. They're still having to buy food in Val di Mazzara, Basilicata, and so on. But there's enough food surplus we're making that overall, we're not buying more than we're selling. I think that a goal for 1369 being survive the rest of the year with low stability and try to get it back up would be a pretty fun goal. We can't do war right now, so let's practice the we'll practice the low stability game. And keep our inflation rising for a little bit. The noble's unhappy is a detriment to my country. Little Margarita, my grandkid, is also ambitious. 677. He's just popping out ambitious daughters, because little Katerina was also ambitious, and so we gave her the expensive education to try to maximize her stats out. We can't do that for both of our little kids, though. Margarita, diplomatic and administrative abilities during education. Let's give you a diplomatic education for now and swap you over later. Cortona, no longer in the Guelph, cease to exist. Who's taken them over? Did they at least get consolidated into a bigger Guelph? They're part of Perugia now. You see what I mean? Every time I try to invest the spies, the diplomats, and the time to build a casus belli on somebody, they get consumed. At least Perugia is Guelphs. So that's just Guelph consolidation. Guelph on a shelf, as the cool kids say. Camarino. No, Camarino. Camarino was Ghibelline. They've actually got a tax base of 9.98. For a tiny guy, they're doing pretty good. I got my spy. They got ally in Perugia. Ally in Perugia, right across the border. That's the one thing keeping them safe. And Siena. 2 Guelphs each. We'll flip this guy over. We don't have to consume them, but we will. We got Casaspelli. Nobody else is going to join us. Hungary. Border distance. 43 to 61. Lacks border, target opinion, border distance. I guess the royal marriage really doesn't mean much if that's only a positive +3. Papal states. They're at war. Province we could select now. Lacks border. Target opinion. Border distance. Whatever. We don't need them. We don't need any of them. Force into faction. We'll take them on by ourselves. We've got negative stability. We've got the nobility at only 26.78% fondness for me. So they're quite disgruntled. And we're going to give ourselves a year of war. How many guys could these pull in? They've got 4,000. You've got 1,251. Okay. Alright, boss. Do I need the full 19,000? I could always send them home if I don't need them. Look at all this paper we're raising. There goes their armies. $9,000 alone should be enough. Because all we really gotta do is sit here, and then wait, and then we win. The patrol waters is actually doing their job? No! They went straight for the offense. Okay, let's order full retreat for now. Get army maintenance up. It's going to take a bit for morale to get up there. Jousting tournament. Oh no. I remember Crusader Kings 2. I can't say Crusader Kings 3 because I never bought the Tours and Tournaments DLC. Tournaments are a good way of getting everyone you love and want to succeed. Maimed and dead, or maimed then dead. The proud banner of the two Sicilies flutter in the wind, and gilded trumpets blow 4 blast salutes, honoring the kingdom's equestrian elites. The air is filled with the smells of roasted almonds, horses, and intrigue. Sicilian cultural and military prominence are truly great boons, and nowhere is this fact more real than here today. Crown Prince Luigi's joust? A chance of getting money? Gaining legitimacy? Or Luigi dies? Brag about Neapolitan artistic accomplishment, gain 2.5 legitimacy? That's a decent boost. Simply enjoy the day, gain 5 prestige. Diplomatic reputation, market attraction. Western Schism is dropping our prestige. Let's watch Luigi's joust. There's only a 1 out of 20 chance that he dies. This isn't Reboot XCOM. This is DOS XCOM. It's actually got fair dice. We got a chance of pocket cash or legitimacy. We got the legitimacy. Well done, Luigi. We've only got half morale, but we completely destroyed their front already. $100 legitimacy. Gives more crown power. 38 to 32. Oh, and hey, since we've gotten rid of the decentralization from the fortification rights, 0.12 towards centralization now. It'll still take ages. We gotta cut through 23.38 decentralization, but we're working towards it. We're getting bigger number up. The effort to exchange estate satisfaction equilibrium for more crown power. Battle Camarino won. Didn't lose anybody. And all we gotta do now is sit and wait. Supply shortage, a good start. Banking still. I'm not banking on banking. Give me the Renaissance out of Parma. Stale tea. Lack of commanders, unraised levies. Welcome to Europa Universalis. How's the schism looking? The Pope is still eating shit. One of these days, I'll start holding councils. Pest market unprofitable. What else should we get? More legumes? Or should I start exporting some sugar? I don't think we need too much of that. Olives we can get rid of. Let's sell some sugar. If we just want to do money making. Nobility insurgents is up to 5% power now. So we have one assimilating in Calabria, 16.59%. Another stabilizing country. It would behoove me, wouldn't it, to put Mr. Assimilating in Calabria towards staunching the Nobles' Rebellion. It's already up to 5. They're getting 1.42 a month. Excuse me. We can ally. We can call in allies. No, it's fine. What, they finally finished their wars? We got this. It's literally just sit and wait. Do you think they'd accept if we simply asked them to swap factions? Plus 24? We actually have the plus 24. But we cannot send demand without 10 war score. They're cowardly enough that if we ask them, they will prostrate themselves on the floor and beg us to accept their surrender. But we're too kind. We're too honorable. We can't ask them to surrender without positive war score first. Point 20, point 18. We could request aid. But we won't. Maybe when we go against Parma or Verona. That's what we gotta do. We can't quite war against everybody right now. We can't absorb all of them. But I could at the very least engage in these fights here to try to flip everyone's alliances away. If Bohemia stands alone, lumber and Cephalo, 2 years. Inflation should be pretty bad right now, actually. 7.85. Alright, let's make less money now. $15.18 per month. Diplomatic spending. Could I get you any lower? 16.94. We gotta keep pushing money towards stability. We're already at -5, so the penalty is gonna disappear soon. Rebels, 7%. That's Catalan Patriots. 9.29 nobility insurgents. Alright, alright. Cabinet. Let's set you to Rebel Crackdown. Minus 0.25%. Own rebels only. Now I know damn well that we have noble insurgents in country. Nobility insurgents. You could see the locations of provinces light up. How was that not in my own country when they're all over? Orthodox zealots are mostly a couple of people in the mountains of Calabria. Cracking down on those nobility insurgents after we've taken away their power and threw the entire country to chaos? It's only slowing them down from 1 point something to 0.95%. Oh no, man. I saw what happened to the Byzantine Empire, to Arezzo. That becomes a proper civil war, doesn't it? We get noble Sicily against us. Missing amber? Who wants Baltic amber? The Jewelers Guild? Nah. Grave insult. The morally corrupt diplomats of Bohemia have worked towards reducing our influence over the Catholic Church. This insult cannot stand, and we should treat this as justification to show them their place. -10 religious influence down. But we gain insulted casus belli on Bohemia for 4 years. Free casus belli on Bohemia. France will join. Trier will join. Hungary currently has a truce with the target. Four years is plenty of time. 4 years' time could give us an excuse. I mean, we might be able to kick Bohemia out of Italy if we do that. Maybe not so much their Alpine holdings, but we got a whole bunch over here that we could scrub out. They might have just helped us out in this case. They lowered my influence with the Catholic Church, but there's not a whole lot we can do with the Catholic Church right now anyway, because of the schism. What's going on there? Oh, they're attacking one of our little allies. Well, how about we go help that little ally? Yeah, they got this in the bag. Battle 1. Music while we stuttering. Are we having difficulties, game? Gonna pause it for a little bit because I felt a little slight stutter. If I alt tab out to check on OBS, it's been a little bit slow right now. Frames are looking good. Bitrate's looking alright. So I got no complaints there. -3 stability. We're almost out of the hellhole. Siege successful, Camarino. No. Select. Select. There you go. That's all my armies. March them on back. Now. We could force their faction change. Or just give me your land. Negative. Has nothing more to lose. The country would disappear. Based. Peace offer. Months at war. Could I start taking your allies? We can take more of their allies. They'll happily accept us consuming their allies. Yeah, sure, whatever. +6 to swallow up their allies, which are fellow Guelphs, need to remind you. Currently, Siena has a tax base of 12.23, Perugia 17.45, Pisa 12.3. So, even though I could absorb them, and then feed them to Pisa, feed them to... what's-his-face, Ascoli. At the very least, those with land contiguity. I'd be weakening my own faction, and I don't want to weaken my faction. Because these guys actually have a decent handle on their tax base. I'd be taking... I'd go from 4 decent-sized Guelphs, tax-wise, to 2 decent-sized Guelphs, and a couple of weaker ones. I'll just wait the few months. We're at our max diplomacy now. Let me see these other... Novara is Ghibelline, of course. Tax base of 9. Let me see these other Ghibellines and how truculent they look alliance-wise. Ferrara is a Guelph. Verona is a Ghibelline. We would have to face against the Holy Roman Emperor in Bohemia. They have an alliance with Lower Bavaria. Who's not the worst? They're only allied to Lower Bavaria. Tax base of 34. So Verona versus Lower Bavaria versus Bohemia and all their little troubles. We could easily flip them. Just kick some ass. Siege down the capital at Verona. And if we're lucky, then just kicking their ass will be enough to have them acquiesce and accept flipping their faction. Mantua, with their tax base of 16, is a Ghibelline. 34, so Verona is more significant. Milan, 26, also Ghibelline. Allied to Austria, to Florence, so I'd have to face my own Guelph neighbor down there. To Savoy. Savoy, at least, is not part of the calculus of Guelphs or whatnot. I think Verona would be a good next participant to flip. So put a spy network here. And let's go ahead and drop some of our diplomatic spending. Diplomatic spending's already at 0. Construction Ascoli. They want to raise an army levy. So, will they accept getting taken over? It's at 0. 0 means they're right on the cusp of accepting my domination. Will they let it be a little Christmas present to myself? Margarita... We're keeping you unbalanced, right? Filippo, so you're going to be going over to Albania pretty soon. Give you Diplo for now. He's gallant, diplomatic, and military increase. How about this? Forts, I don't need all the maintenance on. Army, nobody's facing us, so go ahead and drop it. There, 1 December. Now will they accept? 0 still. Month said war is increasing. How about I just disband all my levies? Could I quickly disband them for this button? I could raise them quickly. Let's just merge them all together. Remove levies. And then drop all of them. Not the 7th Army then. There. Send the people back to their farms or fields. And just as I turn around, they're coming back to unsiege things. In that case, come back over. And let's raise this levy back after. I'll just use this one over here. And now I'm lost because the map completely changed shape. Ask to improve cultural opinion. Albania has asked us to improve our cultural view of them. Do we wish to accept? Neapolitan culture changed their view of Albanian to positive. Because of unbalanced favors, we ought to accept, or they'll lose 12.5 trust in us. We will lose an additional 7.33 diplomatic reputation. Well, why not? Change their view of Albanian culture to positive. We'll go ahead, siege more around here. Maybe that'll give us more war score, not just waiting for the ticks. Blair Tezerinsky, our ruler's second cousin. Let's marry you off. Hold on. She's an idiot. Alright, let's marry you off, give you a better life. January now and 22% war score. Will they accept? They'll finally accept. Seas Land Treaty. That's 1 less Ghibelline. And we'll give it to our vassal here so they can curate it for us. See the location. Clicked on the levy and it still tried to disband the actual regiment. More unprofitable trade, silver from Dubrovnik market. The silver. Okay, let's do more exports. We got wool we can do. Nobility insurgents of 14.05. Corruption is one of the most common and frequent factors of political and economic life in our kingdom. Several scandals over the past year have brought the issue to the fore. Because our stability became garbage, it became more apparent how much corruption there was. So much that many influential populists are now calling for us to take action against this growing problem. Failing to do so could have dire consequences for our ability to govern our kingdom. Try to eradicate the problem, lose stability. Try to ignore it, lose prestige. Ignoring corrupt institution for 5 years. Less efficient cabinet. This is a lose-lose situation, but we need stability. Maintenance will drop 7.6%. Rate of inflation. You know, it turns out nobody's in the fishing villages because they don't have anything to do with their fish. They feel like if they can't use their fish, they don't want to fish. But they're buying food when they could be fishing. So what's going on with that, I wonder? Food productivity is at plus 52%. Food balance is the negative. City location rank. Consumption of 105 due to all these populations, while producing 52. Producing food here, but losing 1. Consumption is 10. Productivity is 5. The balance is -1. Hills topography. -16 for whatever reason. Town location makes them hungrier. Lots of pops and subsistence agriculture. What else could we build here for their food? Fiber crop farms is not food. Distillers Guild? Surely beer counts as food, right? Liquor is only a good. Winery. The fruit of the vine is not food. They do have wheat. 54 to make more wheat. They'll just have to populate some more laborers. See, this place has positive to their food. So you'd think that they can give their food to elsewhere in the province. They also have a fishing village that they refuse to use. That's what I don't get. These people are hungry. They're trying to buy more food when they have fishing villages and loads of peasants. There are no peasants employed, but they have 6,700 peasants. They truly are choosing to not... Well, I guess if I look at this outline, the wheat is right outside their outline. They're not giving to their neighbors. Maybe I should build more road networks around Sicily. That'll increase proximity, increase control a little bit. More roads going all throughout here. We still look scabby in the mainland. We could make it towards Aquila now. mean, the average control has been going up with the proximity increasing. So building more roads is a good investment. It's just an expensive one and a very time-consuming one. Perhaps if we had more roads going out here, then Lecce and Bari would more reliably keep out of Dubrovnik's bed. It keeps flopping back and forth, and Dubrovnik seems to be pretty stable in keeping their hold on it. We have some roads going down, but it is kind of peripheral. Maritime presence. We got 26 and increasing. 18 isn't a whole lot. 26 and increasing. 14 and dropping. Northern Epirus is more. But Northern Epirus, what's happening to you? Bulgarian Epirot War. And you're getting devoured. We could intervene. Intervene in a war against Bulgaria? Bulgaria, Northern Epirus, and North Mutenia versus Epirus and Salona. Salona is one of ours. They've already got occupation here. If I knew about this earlier, we could have come down, taken advantage of their war, siege and occupy, and then after a year say, actually, we got what we want. Give us this and we'll leave. And then we feed it to Albania. Albania gets bigger. Albania could administer this for us. Bohemia is involved in the second phase of the 100-Year War. Which means now would have been a good time to go against their fellows here without them getting involved. Byzantines got no war going on. We're back to zero. We're back at we're not quite the positive stability yet. We've survived 1 year of negative stability. Maria, my kid's youngest child. Nothing special about her? Popular support for Paris. Our position in the Western Schism has created a popular outcry in parts of our country. The people in Catanzaro have started to arm themselves and demand that we support the faction of Paris instead. Lose a whole ton of pop satisfaction and gain the opinion of the Papal State. Or Paris might be the best choice for us after all. Catanzaro gain control. Kingdom of France gain 40 opinion of us. You know what? As long as France is aligned with Bohemia, it does behoove us. We are much weaker than them to get France on our good side. If we have an alliance with them, then they'd be disinclined to join Bohemia in wars against us. Sure. We'll get extra control in Catanzaro. We'll exchange opinion with Paris. And the Pope? The Pope still likes us. Of course he does. We're representing him with the Guelphs. Although we're falling very far behind. 65.53. Monthly progress 18. Monthly progress 19? It's a decimal of a decimal, but we're finally pulling ahead. Very, very slowly. I think it's because Bohemia is at war, They still have a tax base of 307, so maybe not. 307, that's so obscene. Get out of Italy. We have one whole integer. We're back to positive stability now. The noble insurgents up to 16.83%. How do the nobles like me? 29.58. They want to get up to 48.48. Even if I drop their taxes to 0, the best they'll offer me is 0.2. So there's no reason not to tax them all the way up. They'll try to get to 78.78 if I drop it to 0. But if the 0.2 isn't going to change, if the pull isn't that strong enough, these guys are right at the border. We'll drop their tax a little. Have them keep on at or above 50. And I was just wondering when the next Sonata was going to be. How's my centralization looking right now? Slowly building towards centralization, but we still got 21.68 to cut through. .68 divided by 0.12. In 180 years, we'll have 0 centralization. Maybe I should take the commons away from the peasants. I like the idea of the commons, but it adds +2 or plus 0.2 towards decentralization. Which means if I subtract that, that'll be 0.32 towards centralization. So 21.68 divided by 0.32, only 65.75 years to get towards 0 centralization and start building upwards. Senato possible. If we do the Senato, then I'll basically want to pass whatever resolution we do. Because if we don't, I'm going to lose 7 stability. And right now I cannot afford to lose 7 stability. We'll hold in the capital as always. What are our options? Host army exercises, army tradition decay down, gain 10 army tradition, and more importantly, they like us, or their power's at 32%, so we'll start off at 32%. Maybe we should go for a clerical thing instead, because even though clerics only have 16 power, and so it'll start off with 16%, they've also got a current satisfaction of 73. Every time we've done a noble thing, the nobles have tended to like us a bit more up until we strip their power away. And so we got a bonus to the starting Senato support because of their like towards us. Support the state. Gain military ability, diplomatic, get ground power for the rest of the debate. Forest exploitation. 16.01% of the parliament support as the clergy's backing the issue. While it's being debated, expanded forestry costs cheaper, expanding raw material time quicker. If it passes, Castrovillari, lumber forestry can employ 1,000 more laborers, prosperity increase, Palmy. Lumber forestry can employ 1,000 more, prosperity increase by 15. Naval infrastructure gets a whole bunch of development everywhere. I do like the idea of a whole bunch of development everywhere. 10 years of trade advantage plus 20%, that's also pretty powerful. The only crown thing we could ask for is to support the state. I guess we still have 5 more years of the artificially boosted crown power. Let's see what happens if we go for something clerical. Would it contribute their 70-some% towards an easier time? Because nobles always gave us a bit more extra. Hosted in Napoli for the centralization bonus, expand forestry exploitation. %35%. So 16 came from the power of the clergy. And then a little bit more, I guess, from how much the clergy likes us. Contain professional armies. Lose 10% towards professional armies. It wouldn't give us the support we need. Support spiritualist ideas. Lose 5 prestige, I've already got 0. And we're already plenty spiritualist. Conciliatory support. Nobles really love losing their fondness toward me. They want to rebel. Maybe we're going to practice the rebellion mechanic pretty soon. We'll get to try our hands at a rebellion ourselves, you know, when the nobles rise up. And what happened with the Byzantine Empire a couple of times. They've had both a peasant and noble take over the Byzantine Empire. It's a miracle they're still around. Golden Horde had clerics eating away at them for a while, but they bounced back. Maybe it's not so unsafe to have a civil war happen. If it's anything like Imperator Rome, I'll have to take over each piece of land bit by bit by bit. Looks like all of Sicily. So I should take away the forts there. But since you've got to spy and build 20 spies and then build Casus Belli, they're probably not going to be able to attack us in the middle of civil war. They have to take the investment of time first. So we want this to pass, right? Expand forest exploitation. Alright, we'll contain professional armies. Bellicose movements. Gain 2 antagonism, change values towards belligerent. Support spiritualist ideas, we already are. And the noble estate is finally giving me a 1 point something. I had to wake them up. Are they willing to give more than one? Because if I give them no tax, then their equilibrium is at 78.82. But if it's 1.2 either way, then let's see. 23.31. In 20 months, they'll tick closer towards 50 and then start dropping their monthly change again. Rebellious estates and nobility have too low estate satisfaction, are joining rebels. Violante, another niece. Fathers de Barcelona, one of my courtiers. Shrewd little kid. Marry you off. Violante de Barcelona. I can't believe they named her after the one girl we weren't able to marry our son to. Town demands a seat in the Senato. I'm currently at 56% support. The town of Potenza has grown rich and prosperous, and the people there are disappointed that they have not been chosen as a seat of the current Senato. The representatives of Potenza demand compensation and a guarantee from us, securing their interest for the future. They're threatening to leave if their demands are not granted. An urban parliament seat. Local burger power determines if a location gets more power in the parliament or not. Estate satisfaction of the burgers and 25% support to the Senato. Man, I didn't have to give away concessions after all then. If I refuse, burgers lose 20% estate satisfaction. They'll also be at 27. Do I want two rebellious factions? Let them rebel. They're gaining 1.2 each month now anyway. They won't be negatives for so long that they actually will rise against us. They'll be grumpy for a bit. And it's 1.2 anyway. They're going to work towards 4.4, 4.9. There's not enough pool to increase them above 1.2. I guess that's the max for it, maybe? Now that they're pissed off at me, they want to build a bog iron smelter. Oh no. Possible diplomatic actions. We've already got 2 spy networks going, so I shouldn't do too much with that right now. If I do more diplomatic actions, diplomacy is going to get more expensive. So right now, expand forestry is cheaper for forestry lumber. Let's build some more lumber then. Well, it's already at max. And they're still trading up more guys. And that lumber's already at max also. Can we chop down the olive trees? Lumber. 2 of 9. There, we'll raise that up to 5. They got plenty of peasants. They'll just have to train all these laborers up. I believe in them. Now let's see. We need more masons. Masons and Cephalo are going to take months to bring in anyway. That's laborers, so they have to be trained out of the peasant population. Best locations for a mason: Brindisi, Lecce, and Trapani. Sure, I'll take their advice. Brindisi, Lecce. We got several. Stone or clay? Stone seems more cost effective than double the clay. To make masonry, demand is at 5. Weaponsmith is pretty profitable right now. And yet they're losing money. Weaponsmith claims to have decent minimum profit, higher profit, but if I look at my unprofitable buildings, we're losing money on those weaponsmiths. How come? Because they're 40% employed, they don't have enough people working in it? So minus 0.12% production efficiency? So I think the issue here is that... Where's our demography? They got 7,000 burgers. So why don't those burgers want to work? Do they not have enough people for the burgers? Or enough positions for them? Let me see. Tool Guild is fully maxed out. So there's a little bit of deficiency here. 180 of 20, 200. 200, 200, 200, 200. 80 of 200 for the weaponsmith. Subsidize it to keep employing as many pops as possible, or it'll lay off workers. Potter's Guild is also missing people, but they're still turning in the greed. Glass Guild is also lacking in people. More peasants being born there, burgers. Maximum burgers is 7,700. Is that the trouble here? Do I just have not enough burgers? We have 1,760 burgers available for employment in Napoli. Out of 7,700, only 5,940 are employed. So we have the people. They really just don't want to work then. It's a beautiful sight, isn't it? The burghers might hate me right now, the nobles might hate me right now. But who's got the power? 39 crown power against 32 for the nobility? Banking and professional armies, Verona being worked on. Who have we got? Smallpox. The last time smallpox came around, it completely obliterated my population. The bumps here, that first big bump is smallpox. Then the plague. 99.99% resistance. The one advantage of getting hit by smallpox so early is we're still feeling the resistance. We got Casus Belli on Bohemia for the next 4 years. We might take advantage of that. France is currently busy with the second phase of the 100 Years' War. So if we were to go against Bohemia to use our insulted, show superiority Casus Belli, win more battles than the enemy, Luxembourg would join, but France would not. No, France would. Damn it! 45 positive over 35 negative. They have a royal marriage, but they got bad stability, levy availability, at war, blah-di-da-di-da-di-da. They're at war, but they'll still join. And Hungary's still got his truce. Papal States, they like Bohemia enough, even though Bohemia isn't just being backed by the Ghibellines, but an active participant in the faction. Lumber foresties can increase an extra 1,000 laborers in Palmi and Castrolivari. So I can get you up to 9. So by 4 here. Could we do, come to think of it, peasant buildings. Forest villages for furs, that's right, for leather. Migration, attraction, and population growth, we built settlements. Would require more masonry, more lumber. Migration, attraction, and population growth wouldn't be too bad. It seems like I can only build them in certain areas. Has less than 5% of population capacity. Okay. So I put them in places where it's way below the population cap. And that'll help improve it. Maybe that'll get these people to actually grow their food and not just wait around waiting for it to fall in their laps. Market village, possible laborers, possible soldiers, food capacity. We could build more around here. Now that's market village, right? Trade advantage, trade capacity, local peasant power. Compare that to a market. Trade advantage of 1. Capacity to owner by 1. Burger trade capacity up, pop assimilation speed. We've already got quite a bit going on around here, and I do like the thought of more assimilation. We're at 2 already. We have just enough burgers. Available burgers is no. Okay, let's do some market villages then, I guess. No slave buildings, good. No tribesman buildings. University can't build. Scriptorium, we could put some more. Yeah. We got plenty of peasants. Jewelry from the rural jeweler sells for 3.2. Required goods cost 0.25. That sounds pretty good for a market village. .99 and sell for 3.95. Trying to see where the price is extra nice. Sells for 4.06. Yes, please. 4.20? 4.57? Prices just nicer in general. Development is better, I guess. 0, garbage. And there goes all my cash. All my cash going towards more rural markets. Arezzo no longer Guelphs, as they've been annexed by Florence, so it doesn't matter. That turned a tiny Guelph into a bigger one. We're just consolidating our Guelphs. Getting more of a steady growth here. They're mostly consolidated in the north now. All the Ghibellians that were still aligning with the HRE to support their independence from the papacy have been absorbed by various Guelph powers. Verona we're gonna go against. Parma I want to straight up take over. Because they have the Renaissance-ite institution that I actually want. Is there a way to see spreads of institutions? Progressing institution, none. Parma. Present institutions in Parma. Feudalism. Legalism. Renaissance has not yet spread to any of our locations. Come on! The only one I care about. Banking. Professional armies. Progressing institutions in Torime 0.00. Location size -18. Movement cost 2.75. Average satisfaction. Development. I gotta get more development. Professional armies is spreading. Banking is spreading to 8.88 or to 88.01 of our locations. Come on, I mean, once it happens, right? Once the Renaissance gets here, we are going to get so much more done. We're going to get more latent estate power for the crown. We're going to get an extra cabinet member to get more shit done. Nobles and burghers at only plus 0.2 again. 0.2 is too slow. Come on. Whatever happened to 1.2? If I drop your taxes all the way down, will you go back to 1.2? 32.5, 29. If they're not going to change anyway, if 0.2 is going to stay 0.2 anyway, then I'm going to keep on taxing them. They're slowly getting back up. 29.7, 32.7. The nobility insurgent is slowly increasing. Oh damn, Aragon. Aragon's about to be Aragon. Second phase of the 100 Years' War. So they're just getting kicked around as a consequence for their involvement with England. "15 spies in Parma." What's happening over here? Oh, that's some Aragonese land that they picked up. Banking again, yeah. It's getting a bit cheaper on the stability to embrace it now that it's spread throughout more of the country. Hungary asked us to help them out in the First Hungarian-Venetian War in return for favors owed. Being such good eggs, it could hardly refuse. Okay. Which also means we're working against the papacy here. We're facing against the Papal States and Venice. Maybe what I can do is work towards my interests a bit here. We could try to take Benevento for ourselves. We can try to take Benevento for ourselves. We could just hang out here, right? We could just hang out. And, you know, we get some war score from sieging and occupying places. And then, after a year has passed, we sue for peace. And we end up asking for Benevento. And maybe we could ask for a bit of Spoleto. And sure, that'll take some land away from the Papal States. But you know what? I think it looks nicer on us. The Pope won't be too unhappy. If he doesn't own these provinces, then he won't say, "Oh, two Sicilies, you have land that I want." They have a castle here. I see a cathedral. There's no castle in Crete. So maybe take Benevento, grab Crete while we can. There's options here. Even though we've been forced into this war, we We have ways to enrich ourselves from this. If we say, give us XYZ, it's not saying that I cannot abandon yet. I just need to accommodate the positives and negatives. Only -70 for Benevento. I'm sure as the war goes on, if we had actual war score contributed, it might be different. So I think that this gives us an opportunity to correct some past misjustices. We didn't even get to use our diplomats for this. It was pretty much a free acquisition. Because proximity is slowly getting better places. Latent control is also getting better places. So that's the big advantage of making the expensive expense of roads, is that more of these places can get into better control and thus better tax rates without having to devote a cabinet member to it. So now that we got all these buildings all over the land that have been built and are being built, maybe that should be the next economic emphasis then, putting more roads all throughout these places. We have a pretty good network going already, weaseling all over the place. So we've already put in a whole lot of cost to it. Poor Benevento's got no roads anywhere. But I think this is what we're going to call it now. We're going to lock in this save here. We're going to lock in the save with the burgers hating us. 20 below, yeah, you're all right. The nobles hating us. 20 below, yeah, you're all right. And the nobility insurgents up to 25%. So we might very well end up practicing how civil wars work in this if I'm not careful. Should I go ahead and be a jerk? Be a jerk and lower my commoner estates? Noble power gets higher by 5 if I remove communal lands. Either way, I am going to call this a rather productive stream. We didn't get to vassalize Genoa, but we flipped them over to the Guelphs and gave their best lands to Pisa, who are our vassals. While most of our campaigns here that we planned out ended up getting gobbled by their people, with the exception of Mantua, it's mostly Guelphs here, and so that's only enriching us. Parma we're working towards because they have Renaissance already, and I fucking want Renaissance. Verona we're working towards. We're not going to work towards land acquisition or even vassal acquisitions. We're just going to try to flip all these bigger players around here. Because they've already got too much of a head start. We're finally catching up on monthly progress, but it's decimals of decimals. If we could reduce the amount of Ghibellines, that'll be enough. And then when the Age of Discovery happens, poo-poo to him, and all these guys will break free of the HRE. And then we could grab them with a bit more ease. But for now, I'm going to call it there. Next time, I guess we'll see how much land we could take away from the Pope or from Venice, now that Hungary's forced us into a free war against weaker enemies. So that's going to be pretty fun. For now, let's see who's online. I see Punchy was streaming, and now he's stopped streaming. So one, I can't stream him, or I can't raid him. And I gotta go re-catch up on the VOD to get my streak maintained. Unless he's one of those who turn their streaks off. I think we're gonna go see what Schubert is up to. Doom PS1 plus pit of 100 Marios plus games? Schubert plays games? It's more likely than you think. But we'll see what the stream schedule looks like for the next week. Next week, I'm going to be gone for a few days for Grandpa's funeral. And so there might be things I'll have to do this week in preparation for that. But if there's a free day, we'll go back down to Sicily, to Calabria, and try to build a brighter future that way. For now, folks, thanks for hanging out. It's been a lot of fun. Stick around for the raid, say hi to Schubert. I've got dinner to make for a hungry lad, and I'll see you guys around next time. Take care of yourselves.
「優しく浴びるとさよならの痛みも消えてゆくよ」「ああ思い切り今日生きたやつにはもっと大きな明日がきっと来るのさ」「雲の走ろう新しく」「雲の輝こう強く」